Get started here. I call this special town meeting of the town of Lunenburg to order on this 18th day of November 2025. I declare that we have a quorum, which in our town is 50. When I checked about 5-6 minutes ago, we had 74 and some people in line. The warrant has been properly served and returned to the town clerk's office. Please stand now, address the flag, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Big thank you to everybody who's volunteering in this town, whether they're appointed or elected. They work tirelessly for this town, and I'm sure we all appreciate it. Please take a look at page 3 in the warrant. It's a letter from the chair of the select board listing the many opportunities there are to volunteer, and all those committees that he lists there have openings. If you'd like a chance to be involved with all the great folks that are involved up here and out there on their various different committees, there are talent bank forms on the town webpage and at the town manager's office, or just reach out to somebody that's on a committee, and I'm sure they would welcome you. Let me tell you about electronic voting if you haven't been here before. Electronic voting, you have a clicker. I had a clicker. Well, I've got a clicker somewhere. Anyways, you have a clicker. That's the handheld device. The purpose here is to accurately reflect the vote of the body. There's many reasons that people don't want to publicly show their support or opposition for a particular article, but would feel more comfortable voting privately and anonymously. So it's that reason that we have the electronic voting. Once debate has ended, I will declare it's time to vote. And I'll say something like, you may vote now, voting is open, whatever I say. But don't start voting until I say that, because the system isn't open and it won't record your vote. And use your clickers, one button for favor and one button for opposed, and you can vote at the same time. You don't have to wait for me to say all those in favor, all those opposed. It's just voting is open and you'll vote either way. Your clicker will display a little note that'll say okay or something to that effect. We don't really do abstentions, but I believe you could do C on the clicker, and that would be an abstention. The light on the display will tell you that the vote was sent and received. If you hit the wrong button, just wait a moment and hit the right button before voting is closed. So go back and forth as many times as you wish, I guess. Once voting is closed, I will report the results, and they'll be right available to you on the screen. You don't need to point it at the screen. It's not a sight direction. The light will show you that it's working. If we're going to do a test in a couple of minutes, but if it doesn't work, you're going to let us know. If you've clicked it and it doesn't go through right away, don't just keep clicking, because you're going to confuse the system. Wait a few seconds, 10, 15 seconds or whatever, and click it again and see if it goes through. You can't share your clickers with anybody else. You can't take it out with you. You can't have your husband go and leave your clicker with you. It has to be just you at the time. There will be some times that I might ask for a showing of hands, so keep your hand available as well as your clicker. You've got to be in the room when you click in order for it to be recorded. So we're going to do the tests as we always do. Bill Tyler from the Historical Society. Pardon? Say it again. Oh, you should make sure that your number is somewhere on the screen. In blue. Oh, there's my clicker. Okay, everybody see their number somewhere on the screen? Melanie wants you to make sure she can find you. Okay, Mel? Let's do the first question, Mel. See if it comes out and see if people get okay on their screen. So what's our first question to test the device? She's coming. This is Melanie behind the screen, in case you didn't know. Wonderful volunteer who spends hours putting all the stuff in and then putting it in again because we changed it. no panic. It's a problem with electronics. You ever think back in the day when you just had pen and pencil? Was John F. Kennedy ever in Lunenburg? So voting is now open. Yes, if you believe he was. No, if you don't think he was. And I guess you can abstain if you wish. Voting is open. Was JFK ever in Lunenburg? Now, other than Bill giving us the answer, did he tell us what and when? Is Bill Tyler here? Where is he? Where's Bill? All right, you're going to have to give us the answer. Oh, you got the answer? Fantastic. All right. Okay, voting is now closed. What are the results? 42. Ooh. Wow. First off, did everybody, the purpose here is not to find out what you know about history. The purpose here is to make sure your clicker works. So did everybody feel like their clicker worked? You got some kind of an okay signal that your clicker worked? 92 total votes? Yep. Well, everybody should have at least tried their clicker, the purpose of this exercise. But we're going to do a second question, just in case you didn't vote on this one. So anyways, here's the answer. He held a rally at the Whalum Ballroom in 1957. Thanks, Bill. Okay, so here's the second question. This time, whether you like the answer or don't like the answer, please at least test out your clicker. Here's your second question. And voting is now open, so now you should use your clicker. Was the first Catholic Mass in Lunenburg celebrated at St. Boniface Church? More people voting this time. All my friends at St. Boniface should know the answer to this one. They don't? Thanks. Okay, voting is now closed. What are the results, Mel? How many people said yes? 24. 65 said no. 10 abstained. 99 people voted. The answer is no. The first Mass was held in Town Hall upstairs on July 9th, 1950. So we just celebrated at St. Boniface, where I go, our 75th anniversary. Okay. So we've gone over electronic voting, and I need you to know that this is an open meeting. If a board or committee deferred their vote after they've listened to all the debate, I will ask them to consider it in an open meeting forum where they will talk in their microphones loud enough for all you to hear their debate, and then I'll ask them to have a roll call vote of their committee members, and then you will know how they each felt about a particular article. Okay, a few ground rules, and then I'll let you get to the business of the evening. You should turn off all your noisemakers. That's your cell phones, your beepers, if anybody uses them anymore. But it also includes verbal noisemakers that are inappropriate for a civil debate. What I mean by that is I don't want any booing, hissing, hooting, hollering, those types of things. Comments, questions, technically should be addressed to me. I would seek the answer from the necessary board, committee member, moving party, etc. You shouldn't really refer to people by their individual names. Instead, properly, you would say the previous speaker, the moving party, the member of the select board, etc., and so on. You'll line up at the microphones that are here. You will announce your name and your street address each and every time, even if you've already addressed the body a number of times. The selectmen and the finance committee may remain in their seats to present their motions, but if they want to speak, they should raise their hand, get my attention, and I will call on them. I may call on them out of order if I think it's necessary. If you have a physical limitation, you don't feel like you can get up to the microphone, just ask somebody who's sitting anywhere near you, and we'll make sure a microphone is brought to you. The only time that you may stand and address the meeting without going to the microphone is what's called a point of order, basically a legal or serious procedural issue. wait until I recognize you. Just stand and say, point of order, I'll recognize you. Don't just start telling me what your point of order is, because I may not be able to concentrate at that particular moment. The moving party will speak first. We give it enough time to present their article. Thereafter, people will line up at the microphone to be allowed to speak. If you're allowed to speak a second time, please keep it very, very brief, because we hear a lot from people that the meetings go on too long. Amendments to the articles, other than simple changes, must be in writing. Forms are at the microphones, and you would write it out, make sure it's clear, and it has to be within the scope of the article. And we can get into that as it comes up. Moving the question is an opportunity to say, I've heard enough, there's been enough debate, let's move along. That has to be done at a microphone. It has to be seconded. That motion, once it's made and seconded, is not debatable, and we call it for a vote. Reconsideration of a previous vote requires a majority either way, whether it's the prevailing party or the losing party. But I won't allow a reconsideration of a vote if a lot of time has passed and half the body left, and all of a sudden you want to have a reconsideration. We conduct our business according to town meeting time, which town council has just told me has a new version, which I have not read, I will confess, but I don't think there'll be anything dramatically different that we can't follow. And I know that the old version, at least, is at the library, and we should make sure that the new version is at the library someplace. So, all that being said, I think we are ready to begin the sum and substance of the meeting. As we always do, we start with a consent calendar, and a consent calendar is a series of articles that I have talked to town officials, and we have decided some of these things seem to be relatively routine, non-controversial, and so we maybe could take them as a bunch and move things along a little bit. So I will say that I move that the town meeting advance for consideration Articles 5, 6, and 14, and to take action on those articles without debate, all as printed in the handout entitled Consent Calendar. Second. Thank you. So the articles that we're going to take as a consent calendar, if you don't want it to be passed over as a consent calendar, just say hold, and we'll put it back into the regular warrant. So the first one would be Article 5, that the town, the select board, and PEG all believe that it should be passed over. Article 6 is the town transferring $10,000 from cemetery sale of lots to a different fund within the cemetery. And Article 14 is to amend the Code of Lunenburg, protective bylaws for driveways and entrances. So I didn't hear any holds on any of those matters, so I would declare that we are ready to vote. So we're going to vote. It requires 2/3, so all those in favor of the consent calendar, please, voting is open now. Use your clickers, vote away. Okay, I'll declare the voting is now closed. Mel, what are the results? 95 to 2, required 2/3, passes by more than 2/3. Now we move on to Article 1, Mr. Nazzulo.
All right, good evening, everyone. I move the town hear and accept the regular written reports of town officers and committees.
Is there a second?
Second.
Finance Committee, your recommendation.
There's no financial impact.
Okay. So this is to present Stormwater Task Force and Master Plan Steering Committee. We're going to start with Stormwater? On whether or not to hear the reports? Sure. All those in favor of hearing the reports, use your clicker. Signal by saying yes. Voting is now open.
Looks like Rob read.
And if you don't want to hear the reports, you'd say no. If you really don't care, you can put abstain. There you go. Okay, voting is now closed. What's the results, Mel? 74 in favor of hearing the reports. 20 people don't want to hear it, and 2 people could care less. Okay, so we're going to start with Stormwater. Okay, go right ahead. Introduce yourself and tell us about the article or the report. You need a microphone that works.
There we go.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Bill Bernard. I'm the DPW Director. Give the update on the Stormwater Task Force. So the Stormwater Task Force is recommending the creation of a stormwater utility to fund the work necessary to purchase equipment and personnel to comply with the MS4 permits. So what is a stormwater utility? It's a utility treats stormwater management like a public service, much like your electricity, your heat and oil and gas and water. The stormwater utility operates as a dedicated enterprise fund and is supported by property assessments based on the contribution of stormwater runoff to the municipally managed stormwater system. Stormwater utility is a stable source of revenue that can be used to create enterprise funds to plan and complete more comprehensive stormwater-related programs and improvements beyond the requirements of the MS4 permits. So stormwater is any water that runs off a property after it rains or snow melts. It picks up litter, bacteria, chemicals, sand, and other debris as it flows over the land and into the stormwater drains and ultimately into water bodies. Stormwater carries these pollutants to our streams, lakes, and wetlands. So cleaner stormwater runoff means cleaner water for drinking, swimming, fishing, boating, and for protecting wildlife. So stormwater runoff results from rainfall and snow melt and represents the single largest source responsible for water quality impairments in the Commonwealth's rivers, lakes, ponds, and marine waters. The town has a bylaw that requires stormwater management, and there is the federal and permit, the NIPD's permit, and the which an MS4 permit is part of. That's a federal permit. It's enforced by the state, and if we do not comply with the permit, there can be fines. So again, like I just explained, the MS4 permit, it's a federal permit administered by the state. And MS4, it's the acronym for Municipal Separated Storm Sewer Systems. And that's a system of pipes and catch basins and drainage ditches, and it's used to collect and convey stormwater runoff, and then it's ultimately the water gets discharged into a water body. So right now, how are we paying to manage the stormwater and meet the requirements of the MS4 permit? Right now, we're using the DPW operational budget. However, there's not enough money there in the budget to meet the requirements of the MS4 permit. Just to get close to meeting that, we would have to add an additional $200,000 per year into the operational budget. It wouldn't quite get us there, but it'll get us close. Capital funds are used to purchase equipment that can be used for stormwater-related purposes, and we can use Chapter 90 funds for drainage projects. So again, why aren't we meeting the requirements of MS4 is there's just not enough funds and not enough personnel to do all the work. Some of the work that we need to do is sweep all the roadways, clean the catch basins. There's a lot of reporting that needs to be done. There's the day-to-day stormwater operations, right? Anytime it rains, you'll see the guys out clearing catch basins or whatnot. And there's many upgrades necessary, and there's always emergencies. So if we do establish this utility, we've projected a quarterly fee of less than $20 per homeowner. We're coming up with a tiered cost system for businesses, and that's based on the amount of impervious area that each business has. We're still working out the fee structure for that. And we'd like to bring this utility to the spring of '26 annual town meeting to get it established. So our next steps for the Stormwater Task Force is we want to hire a new consultant to help us get over the finish line. That'll come up later in Article 4. We'll talk about that. We have to finalize the cost structure for our homeowners and businesses, and we have to come up with a plan, finalize what labor and equipment will be needed to operate this utility. We have to finalize the warrant article for the spring, and we have to finalize how we're going to send out the bills. So part of what our consultant will help us with is public outreach, right? So we want to go to the Select Board, Finance Committee, any other committee that wants to hear about it. We want to do at least one public presentation, and we anticipate feedback from the public. And to that end, is the Stormwater Task Force meets on a Thursday evening. You're welcome to come in person or on Zoom. And I just thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Bill. So, generally speaking, these articles are for presentations. Now, this particular stormwater also has issues that are on the warrant for at Article 4. So I would suggest to you that if you have questions about the stormwater, other than the specifics of their planning, that you could address those at the time that we do Article number 4. Okay? All right. Nobody at the microphone. Let's save you to Article 4. Now we're going to have a report from the Master Plan Steering Committee.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kim Duffy, and I'm currently the chair of the Master Plan Steering Committee. Why I'm presenting to you tonight is to kind of build awareness, if you haven't already been made aware, of our master plan that we've been progressing through the last couple of years. So since 2023, the planning board, 2023 is when the planning board charged for this committee to begin, and we've been working with one of the consultants over under to analyze and collect a lot of public data. So the master plan is also regulated by Mass General Law, so we do have a requirement to do this, as well as all the other towns in Massachusetts, every 10 or so years. It's been about over 20 years since Lunenburg has had their last master plan completed, so we're a little overdue, but we will get there soon. So our master plan, so it's essentially a shared community vision for the long-term development of Lunenburg. It covers about 7 different topics across all the town needs, and will be all wrapped up in a report. So like I said, since 2023, the committee, as well as the planning board and the consultant, have been working to collect all sorts of data and feedback from public sessions, and putting together all different scenarios, and then now we're here at the reporting phase. So as part of the master plan, we'll have both an electronic and a printed document that will contain these 6 different sections that will go into great detail about all of the public feedback that we received, as well as recommendations on how to achieve that. So like I said, we've been doing a lot of community outreach, which was the main goal and task of the Master Plan Steering Committee itself, was to reach out to the community and have as much involvement as possible. So over the course of the last 2 years, we've had 7 public meetings, which had over 180 members of the public attend. We've had almost 800 respondents over 3 surveys. And at the time this was made, about 15 master plan meetings. And we've also received a lot of feedback. We've asked every single committee, board, commission in town to provide feedback on the contents of the draft recommendation, to make sure that we're aligned with all of their goals and to make sure we're not kind of going against any of their current plans. So that being said, I want to thank everybody who has participated both in this committee as well as every member of the public who's attended one of our meetings. So all of the feedback is really greatly appreciated. As part of the beginning phase of this, there was an existing conditions report that was produced by the consultant. You can view it electronically online at planlunenburg.org, or if you have a phone, you can pull it up using this QR code on the screen. Contains a lot of great reading material about our town, so highly recommend it. So after all of the feedback was collected, we came up with, the data came up with 8 different goals of which the town wishes to proceed with. I won't read them all, but a lot of it has to do with maintaining our open space in agricultural areas while building our community in a responsible way so that people can live here affordably and stay here as long as they wish to. In the report, it'll break down every single recommendation into this sort of card that will outline what it is, the time frame in which it will need to approximately have to actually be implemented, as well as a relative cost. So again, I won't read every single one of these, but each of those goals have a handful of recommendations that the town wished to do in order to fulfill that goal. They have about maximum 10. Some of them have 3, a little bit fewer. So right now, these are the one for housing, and they are still subject to be changed a little bit because we are still receiving feedback from committees and working to improve the wording on these before the final version. So I'll go through each of these just fairly quickly. So we had a handful of recommendations to protect farmland and support farmers. We would encourage small business development within existing commercial areas. Build upon efforts to improve natural open spaces and recreational opportunities. Support community gathering spaces. Optimize use of municipal buildings and properties. Improve school facilities, funding, and opportunities. Foster safe and resilient town infrastructure. And that leads us to what happens next. So as part of the master plan process, as the committee and the public feedback wraps up, we will be kind of going into a closing phase to where the larger committee will be kind of dissolving, and then the planning board will discuss and vote on the implementation committee itself. So as we are charged by, as this committee is charged by the planning board, we do have to await their, plan on how we are going to implement this, but we, as part of the plan that's being recommended to have a committee, as well as kind of a checklist to ensure any things that the boards are, assessing as terms of big projects. Does it align with this master plan? And most importantly, my favorite part is the implementation table. It does have each recommendation laid out, and it will have a bunch of columns. If you're a spreadsheet nerd, this will be for you. columns about how to get these done, any prerequisites that will be needed in terms of any bylaw changes, as well as, what resources do we need from the community, whether it's funding, maybe grant funding, just maybe community volunteers, or no funding at all. It might just be a bylaw change. So the goal is what would we want to see Lunenburg be in 2035 and forward. It's, like I said, to have an area where, a town where we still promote our agricultural areas and farming while also being sustainable in terms of our growth. We want to prioritize our schools as well as, our community areas where we can meet. A vibrant town center, a lot of expressed, as well as walkability. We like to conserve our conservation areas and maintain, the quality of life of those areas, and as well as our wildlife. Okay. So for our next steps, what's happening now is we are getting our final recommendations from our committees that we're still waiting on responses from. And then we will have our implementation table finalized by our consultant. So about mid-January, mid to end of January, we will receive that final report from the consultant, which will be presented to the planning board for their review. And upon their approval, fingers crossed, we will have our master plan now fully approved and will be compliant with our Mass General Law, as well as provide a framework for all of our committees and boards' decisions to move towards a town of which we've all expressed our wants and needs. And feel free, we have our next meeting on December 10th, so if you have any comments you'd like to attend our meeting, please do so. We will be in the Ritter basement with our agenda posted in accordance with open meeting law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Excellent report. Article 2, Ms. Moore, amending the fiscal year 2026 omnibus budget.
I move the town, 1, raise and appropriate the sum of $160,052 to the town accountant line, thus increasing the amount raised and appropriated under Article 10 of the May 3rd, 2025 annual town meeting. 2, transfer the sum of $49,276.43 from the Salary Reserve Fund appropriation made under Article 10 of the May 3rd, 2025 annual town meeting to fund the first year of the FY26 through FY28 New England Police Benevolent Association Local 353, dated July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2028, the sum of $8,911.56 from said fund to the town accountant line, the sum of $19,950 from said fund to the police department line, and the sum of $7,409.48 from said fund to the informational technology department. And 3, transfer the sum of $27,500 from Article 9 of the May 3rd, 2025 annual town meeting to the assessor's administration line.
Selectman, your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
Thank you. Finance, I understand you've deferred, so we'll ask you to vote at the end of the discussion. So if anybody wants to ask questions about Article 2, amending the budget. Pardon? Was there a second? Is there a second? Second. Thank you. There's a second. Okay. But I don't see anybody at the podium to ask any questions. Did you want to have anything to say, Madam Town Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to Town Meeting, Jennifer Warren Diamond, Town Manager. We have a couple of things happening in this article. So there is additional funding for the town accountant line in the amount of $160,000, $160,052. And to go over the rationale for that, for those that are not aware, we are experiencing significant turnover in our finance department. So we had Ezekiel Ayala on with us as finance director for a period. His last day of service to the town was October 20th. Our current director, Katie McKenna, who's here with here with us this evening has indicated that she will not be continuing on with the town past January. And we do have a consultant on board who is assisting us with not only the initial transition from Mr. Ayala to Ms. McKenna, but now as we go forward in the next steps. That consultant is Eric Kinscherf, CPA. He is a well-known financial consultant in the municipal sector across the Commonwealth, and he is assisting us with year-end closeout, reconciliation, and other transitional matters. We also have lost our assistant town accountant. Thankfully, this position has been filled, but we did have to hire a consultant to assist us with the transitional period, and he's still on with us through the training period. And lastly, we had the retirement of our payroll and benefits coordinator on October 31st. We had thought that we had a hire for the position, but that hire did not ultimately pan out, so we have hired a consultant through Robert Half, who has been providing those services. As you can imagine, when we are hiring consultants, there are substantial costs, and so we are trying to essentially keep the town afloat during these difficult times and get to a better baseline. So there's a bunch of things going on. So you'll see on this slide the primary funding under the $160,000. The majority of that is consulting services, but we also had some vacation buyouts for folks that were leaving. In addition, you'll see the audit costs. We had budgeted the audit at approximately $40,000. Our auditor has indicated to us that the audit is going to be in the $60,000 range as opposed to the $40,000 that we had budgeted. And there was, you'll hear about it in Article 2. There's Article 3, I apologize. There is a prior year bill for $3,500, which we are seeking to raise in this motion. In the motion, we went over a series of transfers. This is something that's not necessary to occur at town meeting to make these transfers from the salary reserve, but it is a clean, bright line way to do it. So we are transferring from the budgeted funds that were already appropriated at the May annual town meeting to the lines that they were intended for. And then lastly, at the bottom of the transfers, there's something that's a little bit different. And it's to fund a position, which you'll hear under Article 15, where we create the position, but the position is to fund a special assistant to the assessor, temporary. You may recall at Maytown meeting, we funded an article for a special project in the amount of $27,500, and the purpose of that was to comply with the directives that have been handed down by the Department of Revenue prior to our next full reevaluation of all property within the town of Lunenburg. So we have a series in the fallout of the issues in the assessor's office that I'm sure folks are familiar with in this auditorium today. We have a series of directives that we have to comply with before the next reevaluation. At the time we were here in Maytown meeting, we thought of breaking that apart and putting it out as an RFP and hiring a consultant. So we obtained the funding at the Maytown meeting. We created the RFP and we put it out, and we had not a single person submit a proposal. So we still need the work to get done. So we are intending to bring that in-house, and this will transfer through a temporary person, and this is to transfer that funding over into the assessor's line. The main project, I don't know if you can see the tan area on here, and if there's specific questions about this, maybe we can have the assessor come up, but one of the directives is to clean up the neighborhood codes, and you see that tan area that's almost the entirety of the town. That's neighborhood 3, and we have a specific directive to further delineate that neighborhood. So this is an outline of briefly additional revenues available to appropriate this evening. We have some positive changes in the cherry sheet, which is state aid. We have some positive changes in actual new growth over estimated new growth. And then we have some negatives you see there, adjustments that happen on the recap, paperwork that's submitted to the state, where we have to balance out some things. So our total revenue surplus available for appropriation this evening is $195,790.97. So just to break out that a little bit further, the $160,052 would be under this article. I have actually a typo I see that's supposed to be $4,617 in the next one. And so we're gonna have a little less than $30,000 of additional surplus available. And that is what I have on Article 2, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Go right ahead. Your name and address, please.
Name is Darrell Plant, 490 Lancaster Ave. This may or may not be an appropriate question for this article, so I'll preface it that way. This school came up with a significant surplus this year. It was written in the paper. Has the town recovered those funds?
So, Mr. Moderator, may I answer that question?
Go right ahead. It's a little off topic, but go ahead. Okay. I'm sure it's on people's minds, so go ahead.
Okay, so whenever there is a surplus in any department at the end of the year, that surplus, essentially, when a bunch of balancing happens, whatever is left over, that is what becomes your certified free cash. So there's no, it doesn't, if you have, for example, if you have $500 left in the police department line and there's nothing to draw against it to balance it out, that $500 would go to certified free cash. That's the same here. There's nothing to recoup. It is already recouped because it was unspent, and so it becomes certified free cash.
Okay?
What would be your expectation if you had one at the end of this year or the fiscal year on recovering those funds? Is there going to be something?
But we're
left
not going to
over?
get into the school committee's budget. Right? We just answered, that's what this article is about, not about the school, not about the money that they gave back. So let's save that for another time, okay? All right. Right over here.
Robert Martin, 54 Longwood Drive. I have a couple of questions. One was just spurred by that. There was a significant amount that's going to free cash. Do we have a value of that? Do we know what the dollar value is?
So I wish I did, because usually at a special town meeting that's held in the fall, you have your certified free cash available to appropriate, right? Our books are not closed out. So one of the things that we are using the funding from consultants to complete is closing out our books so that we can certify free cash. We don't have an estimate at this point of what that certified free cash may look like yet.
Okay. Can you put a bound on it? Is it $10,000? Is it $600,000?
It would be. Oh,
Last year was over 2 million, but I can't predict what might be in the books this year.
Okay. Specific to the free cash coming from the school.
so all free cash from all sources, it doesn't get separated out into a school bucket and a town bucket and a this bucket. It just all goes in one bucket. But until we get through this process of closing out FY25, we won't have that figure. But it will be, any funds that were returned from any department, including the school department, would be included in that.
Okay. I don't want to belabor that because that's not really why I'm here. But I wasn't so much worried about the bucket of free cash as how much did we fail to spend in the school. But anyway, we'll leave that
For
because that
another
wasn't
day.
my main purpose.
Go ahead.
Okay. One of the issues that I have with the budget for 25 and 26 is there's a reduction in the amount for highway construction and maintenance of 28%. Now, we already know that there's at least 2 projects which aren't completed. So the question is, why are we taking money out of what was planned in fiscal year 25, taking money out of that for 26 when we know there's projects that have to be done?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, to clarify, we are not taking any money out of FY25. This is additional, the funds, the 106, let me go here. That $160,052 is FY26 available funds. Those funds are available to appropriate this evening. Those are FY26 funds for FY26 purposes.
Okay. Again, we're looking at different numbers, I assume. Department of Public Works, line item for highway construction and maintenance.
You are referring, sir, to something an action that happened at Maytown meeting, and that is not under this article. So this is for the town accountant line, not the DPW line. That reduction of highway maintenance happened in this room back in May.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Buck. I don't see anybody else at the microphone. Finance Committee, we're going to need you to debate it and discuss it and give us your recommendation.
Does anyone on Finance Committee have any discussion?
So this is a big chunk of money.
I think your name and address would be helpful, Anna.
For Finance Committee?
For Finance Committee?
No.
Oh,
No?
okay.
All right. Well, then nobody knows who you are.
This is, I understand why we're using, because we need this transitional service from our finance department. I just want to point out that usually these adjustments to the cherry sheet, that money that becomes available in July once the state is done with their budget gets rolled into what will be used in the May town meeting. This is a big bucket of money that we are using that we usually don't use at this time of the year. That's just my only comment.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Any other discussion? All right, I'd make a motion that we recommend approval of Article 2. Do I have a second? All right, I'm gonna roll call vote it. Anna?
Aye?
Tanya?
Aye.
Jay? Tom? And I for myself.
Okay, thank you very much. Now you have all your recommendations. If that generated any other questions, I don't see any. I think we're ready to vote on Article 2. It requires 2/3 vote, and voting is now open. Okay, it looks like we've stopped ticking up, so I think we're ready to vote. Voting is now closed, and Mel will give us the results. All those in favor, we need 2/3. 91 to 10, I'm sure that's 2/3, even with my math skills. So the article, pardon? I know, but I can't see it sideways. Article passes by 2/3. Article 3 is the payment of prior year bills. I'm going to tell you when Ms. Emke reads this, we're going to break this into 2 parts. And she'll read the first section, and then she'll stop. We'll have a discussion and a debate about that, and then we'll go back and read the second part and have another discussion and debate about the second part and vote on the second part, okay? So go ahead, Ms. Emke. And I think it's going to be that way on the screen. So this would be the part 1, right here.
I move the town authorize the payment of prior year expenses as follows. 1, raise and appropriate the sum of $4,617.32. Transfer the sum of $61,382.68 from Article 5 of the May 1st, 2021 annual town meeting, and transfer the sum of $24,000 from Article 6 of the May 7th, 2022 annual town meeting, all for the payment of prior year expenses to the City of Fitchburg. Said sum or sums to be reimbursed to the general fund from the Water Enterprise Fund or the retained earnings thereof in future fiscal years.
Okay, is there a second to part 1? Second. Selectman, do you have a recommendation on part 1?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
And Finance?
Finance Committee deferred.
Deferred. Okay, so after the debate, you'll take another vote. Okay, are you going to address this article, Madam Town Manager? Please do.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. So, unfortunately, on this article, I am not the bearer of good news to you this evening. So we have encountered an issue that has been evolving over a little bit of time and came over the past couple of weeks to a finer point that we need to address. So, in short, the town of Lunenburg has an agreement with the city of Fitchburg for the sale of water from Fitchburg to Lunenburg. That agreement has been in place since 1993. Per the agreement, the town of Lunenburg must charge the same rate that Fitchburg charges its inhabitants, plus it can charge a 30% administrative cost. There are 11 accounts that are covered under this agreement. However, there's many more residents than accounts, because you will see that 1, 3, 5, 7, and then there's 2 8s. 8 and 8 Tri-Town Drive are all accounts. And then we have 4 additional accounts on Summer Street with the owners of those properties there. So Fitchburg charges Lunenburg a 14% interest rate for late bills. And unfortunately, due to a variety of staff changes, this is multiple staff changes in multiple offices, the town of Lunenburg did not timely bill the Lunenburg addresses. Additionally, Fitchburg approved rate adjustments in 2023, 2024, 2025, and additional rate adjustments will go into effect in 2026 and 2027. And Lunenburg has not yet adjusted the rates. So, I do not have, as I stand before you tonight, all of the answers to this. This is something that is evolving and that we are still working through. What I do have is part 1 of how to rectify this issue. And that's asking town meeting tonight to authorize the prior year bills, FY25 payments to Fitchburg in the sum of $90,000. There are transfers from, like I said before, we don't have certified free cash, which makes our ability to be nimble. We also don't have ARPA funds for the first time. It makes our ability to be nimble and address these issues a little more difficult. And like I said, this developed very quickly. So we are transferring unexpended capital items, $61,382.68 from Article 5 of the May 1st, 2021 annual town meeting, $24,000 from Article 6 of the May 7th, 2022 annual town meeting, and raising and appropriating the delta. I know that the question's going to come up. What are those old capital items? So on the FY23 capital plan, the $24,000, that was Brooks House Vertex items 3 and 4, which had to do with repair of the stone foundation and some other structural repairs. And then in the FY23 capital plan, there are remaining amounts from capital projects that have been completed. There was funds remaining from a 6-wheel dump truck and plow, Ritter building repairs, and town hall repairs. And then there was one project that hasn't started, and that project is the Ritter ADA ramp construction from the FY22 capital plan. That project was originally slated at $122,640. For a variety of reasons, that project has not gotten underway, from what I understand. Not only are the funds short, but also what we are doing with that building will be greatly impacted. This project would be greatly impacted by what we do with that building. And so in looking for funds, that was also a funding source. What's next? So I said that this is part 1 of coming up with a solution. So if town meeting tonight authorizes the payment to the city of Fitchburg to make Fitchburg whole, and so we can start to get a better baseline, the next steps are the select board will need to consider a rate adjustment at a future select board meeting. We also under budgeted this, the water enterprise at $45,000, so future adjustments may be necessary at a future town meeting or other transfer mechanisms. Lunenburg needs to resume regular billing of its customers and catch up so that this does not happen again. And there was some language included in the motion that addresses this bottom point here. As the enterprise fund eventually becomes self-sufficient and retained earnings grow, the funds are to be reimbursed to the general fund from the water enterprise or the retained earnings in future fiscal years. Let's see. So this is just a little bit of an outline of all of the, originally this was one motion, and I think that that's it on this. Again, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news this evening, and I don't know what more I might be able to answer, but I am happy to endeavor to try.
Go right ahead. Give us your name and address.
Hello, my name is Jackie Hazy, 506 North Ave. Not really sure if anything can be done about the deficit for this year, but I do live right next to the water district, and throughout the summer I noticed multiple times a day that water for pools does leave the water district full of water. So how does that affect our budget for water and the Lunenburg customers, and where does that water go?
So This is unrelated to Lunenburg Water District. This is for these particular 11 addresses, water that is sold by the city of Fitchburg to the town of Lunenburg. For those, this is unrelated to the Lunenburg's water district.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Short. Rebecca Lantry, 251 West Street. My question is, so we didn't bill for these, but is there any means of recouping this money because these people didn't actually pay?
So we have billing that is outstanding to do. And part of the issue, though, is that the rate structure isn't going to recoup all of that money until we do a rate adjustment. So we cannot do a retroactive rate adjustment for FY '25, but we can do a rate adjustment going forward.
Why is it we can't go back? I mean, if I owe you money, I owe you money.
Because the rate needed to be adjusted by the town of Lunenburg in advance of the bills being due and owing.
Oh, so I should look for a bargain somewhere and then not pay.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Mandy Gilman, 186 Reservoir Road. I'm just curious why Fitchburg doesn't bill these people directly.
So,
Sorry.
per the intermunicipal agreement, this is the way that this is done. However,
Could we fix that?
we will be renegotiating the intermunicipal agreement shortly with the city of Fitchburg, and this is something that we are going to be at least discussing to see if we can address that.
Excellent. Sounds like we're just the middleman in this situation.
Right ahead.
Hi. I have a question. You mentioned that there was...
And now you do have to introduce yourself.
yourself.
Yes. Thank you, Tanya.
You mentioned that we had a penalty payment for late payments from either Lunenburg or Lunenburg residents to Fitchburg because we were late. What's the total of that?
I think the interest was a total of around $4,000. Interest was around $4,000.
And have we put like a process in place so that won't happen?
So, like I said, this is all rapidly developing. We still do not have our arms around this. There was a wide variety of staff changes of the folks who were supposed to be doing this. And bills did not go out for a long period. What we are trying to do is to get to a baseline, increase the rates appropriately, and get back on track so we can right this ship going forward.
Well, that $4,000, have we paid that $4,000 out already?
We have, so FY '25 total owing to Fitchburg is $87,247.92 exactly. We have paid $40,881 of it. We owe $44,198.81 of it.
Anyone else on part one of this? Okay, Ms. Lockwood. Yep.
So, the articles that you're, in fact, the funding from the capital plan, these are two buildings, town buildings, that we are not doing something we plan to do, like the Brooks House is we're not using, but we did allocate money to fix the foundation. And is it your plan to not execute that job? And also the ADA, I know the ADA money is not enough to do everything that we thought it was. There was a, many different things, but that plan actually encompassed windows and other things. So what is your plan to get those two projects done now that you're defunding them?
So based on the conversations, so first of all, if we had free cash certified tonight, I wouldn't be rating Old Capitol. So the Brooks House, I cannot justify expending repair monies on the Brooks House when we have this outstanding bill. I can't, that probably warrants a larger dialogue, but that's not something that I could justify at this point. The Ritter ADA ramp, we have active dialogues with the Municipal Building Design Committee ongoing. They are revisiting what that design looks like, and I would expect that any ADA access is going to be wrapped up into that project with the borrowing.
With all the respect, Madam Town Manager, the town meeting voted for that project. And so I mean, I don't think it's a comfortable place to be, you know, I don't agree with town meeting, and now I'm going to not.
Well, so that's, you're right, town meeting did vote for that, and that's why we are not doing this unilaterally, and we're here tonight asking town meeting to make that transfer. So that's a choice that has to be made by town meeting.
Ms. Emke.
I just want to add one comment regarding the ADA at Ritter. I've been watching the Municipal Building Design Committee meetings, and I have to tell members of that committee, I think you guys, the meetings are being run very well, the input, the engagement. I'm really happy to see that. That's just an aside. But I know that they have brought up ADA compliance as a big priority for anything that is done with those buildings. So I think it's not a risky assumption to think that that project will be done as part of that larger project.
Thank you. Sir.
Robert Bowen, 1686 Mass Ave. Why isn't the stabilization fund a good source for this rather than rating capital articles?
That's a great question. Hold on. Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Through you, could you poll town meeting to see if it would be preferred to fund this article through the stabilization fund? Maybe by a show of hands?
I'll poll it in a minute, but then I need to ask town council if that's within the scope. I mean, you're changing it dramatically from what the funding source is to all of a sudden say we're taking it from stabilization. And people may have had strong feelings about stabilization versus these transfers. So if we poll people and we get an opinion, which I'll do while you think about it, all right? Okay, so show of hands, how many people would prefer to take the money from our stabilization, our rainy day fund, rather than transfer it within these articles? Just a show of hands. I tell you what, let's do it by clickers so I don't have to count you, okay? All those in favor of, can you do that, Melanie? Melanie, can you give her a second? This is why we have town meeting, Mr. Bowen, so things can come up. Just hold on, Mr. Clark, just hold on. Okay, you ready, Mel? Nope, almost. All right, just say, all those in favor of taking from stabilization would be yes, okay? That's all it has to say. All those in favor of paying for these, part one through stabilization. Just something simple like that, okay? All those that would prefer to fund through stabilization fund. Yes, voting is now open. Yes, if you want to do it that way. No, if you don't want to. This is not binding. You're just taking a straw poll. Voting is open, yes or no. Stabilization would be yes. No would be, I guess, more or less stay it the way it is. A lot of people have no opinion. Okay, voting is closed, just so we get a sense. What do we got? Evenly divided. Evenly divided. 14 people said, I don't know. 45 to 42. Okay, now, that's your straw poll. Now, Mr. Costa, if you change it to stabilization, I have a question. If that's within the scope.
So, Mr. Moderator, I feel as if maybe we've had this discussion before at prior town meetings, and I want to be consistent in my advice, and I have expressed concern previously about shifting the funding source when the funding source is something other than, for example, stabilization. As you know, stabilization fund transfers are also generally subject to a greater quantum of vote because, as you remarked upon yourself, stabilization fund is effectively the town's savings account, and so voters tend to feel very strongly about rating the stabilization fund. Having said that, I'm looking at this specific warrant article, and the way that it's structured in the warrant, it doesn't specify a funding source in the warrant article. And when we come to issues of scope and what's within the scope of a warrant article as posted and published and provided to the voters, the question is, generally speaking and in basic terms, if you're a town meeting or potential town meeting attendee and you review the warrant at home, are you put on notice that something could be done at town meeting? If you are, then it's within the scope, generally. If you're not, then there becomes a question as to whether that change is permissible, because otherwise maybe you would have attended town meeting but chose not to because you didn't receive that requisite notice. When I look at Article 3, it simply says to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds. And so it doesn't specify the source. It doesn't say that it's coming, for example, from the general fund, and instead we're going to now be funding it from stabilization or vice versa. So in my opinion, in light of the way that Article 3 is structured, it would be within the scope if the moving party chooses to restructure the article to identify stabilization fund as a source. But again, that's my opinion, and it's ultimately moderator discretion.
Yeah, and I'm not comfortable with it being within the scope. I think the stabilization fund is very precious to some people. I think it may have generated more interest in different questions if it was coming from stabilization. And I appreciate that puts a little bit more of a bind from where we're at. But I just don't feel that it adequately warns people. So I'm going to say that if we were to make that amendment, I would call it out of order. Okay? Sorry. Okay, so, sir, we're back to the Part 1 of Article 3.
John Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive. I want to know what happens if we don't fund this. What happens if we just say no?
Mr. Moderator, I'm going to turn that over to Town Council.
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
If we don't pay our bills? Okay, go ahead.
Pure speculation on my part, but I think I can say minimally interest will continue to accrue. My understanding is that interest is currently accruing on the unpaid portion of the balance that you heard referenced previously. So the interest will continue to accrue. While municipalities do have some flexibility with respect to use of discretionary funds, I don't think that, and again, I won't speak for the town manager or the select board, but I don't think that they would be requesting this particular appropriation if they had other available funds that they could use as a discretionary matter on their own without seeking town meeting approval. So if you don't have the funds available, the unpaid balance won't be paid. Interest will continue to accrue. I can't speak to what action Fitchburg may or may not take with respect to enforcing that outstanding balance. They could continue to take no action whatsoever. They could choose to take action. That's really ultimately up to Fitchburg and the powers that be in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There is a second response to that, too, and the effect of the recap. If the finance director could address that, because there's two impacts.
Yes, Katie McKenna, Finance Director. The other issue would be if we don't pay these bills, then we cannot collect the money from these customers. So if we do not pay Fitchburg, we don't get the money from the customers either. And if we don't have the revenue coming in, it may be difficult or impossible to set the tax rate, because currently we're showing that we only, because we didn't bill last year, we only received $20,000. And we appropriated $45,000 at the May annual town meeting, which was to pay the fiscal 26 water bills. So if we can't prove to Department of Revenue when we go to set our tax rate that we have revenues coming in above that $20,000, they may not allow us to certify our tax rate in time, and that could cause other issues such as preliminary bills going forward.
Over here, please.
Kim Duffy, 1479 Mass Ave. I just wanted to comment on the concerns about the two projects that are being proposed to have funding change, so specifically the Brooks House and the Ritter Building ADA. So in the master plan, it was identified by a lot of residents of the importance of those buildings, and a plan to have, specifically, the buildings, Turkey Hill, Ritter, and Town Hall, addressed for what the needs are. So I think that even if, these funds are used for something else, those projects and the need for those aren't going anywhere, because they've been identified from the public, that's the things that we need to focus on. I wouldn't imagine these would be going away if this would be funded for this instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Tom Alonso, 284 Lancaster Avenue. For you, Mr. Moderator, I have a question for Town Council, because his determination, notwithstanding your own that you wouldn't entertain the motion to go to stabilization, but his determination was that the motion didn't include the funding sources when the article as read included the funding sources. So are you saying that the printed article would take precedence over what people were alerted to or not?
You can answer with your opinion, and I'll listen.
So suffice it to say, I think the moderator and I disagree on this point, and that's fair. And as I had said at the conclusion of my remarks previously, it's the moderator's discretion. What I'm saying is, for purposes of determining whether or not a motion or a floor amendment, as this would be if we were to change the funding source to stabilization, is within or without the scope of a warrant article. You don't look at the motion that's been proposed at town meeting. Those motions are not circulated in advance to the public. You look at the actual language of the warrant itself. And so I've got the warrant booklet here that was mailed to the households in Lunenburg. And when I look to Article 3, it doesn't identify a funding source. When the motion was made a short while ago, the motion, of course, needs to identify a funding source. That's what that gets fleshed out between the date that this warrant is posted and published and the date of town meeting. The motions are drafted and they identify the funding source. But for purposes of determining whether something would be within the scope, you look at what the public received notice of, and what they received notice of is that there was going to be a transfer from, quote, available funds. And in my mind, available funds is any funds available to the town. Those can be general funds, those can be stabilization funds, those can be special purpose stabilization funds. I think that's all within the scope of the article. The moderator disagrees, and it's fair. That's fair. That's his discretion. But that was my rationale.
Thank you.
Sir?
My name is Matthew Brenner. I live at 619 Northfield Road. I am on the Municipal Building Design Committee. First, I want to quickly echo what the town manager has said, that I would agree that the Municipal Building Design Committee has expressed a very strong inclination for making any construction that happens over at Ritter to make the project overall as accessible as possible. Secondly, I also want to say that I don't remember the exact layout of the originally proposed ADA access ramp. The discussion we are having currently at Municipal Building Design Committee with regards to what would likely be the extensive construction, possibly tearing down not Ritter, but the 1960s annex, as well as the regrading of the land that would be necessary. Any work that was done, I believe, within just a few years, possibly within a year or two after that construction was finished, would have to tear up that construction. So these may be funds that ultimately could not go effectively towards that goal when we have another plan up and coming with what seems to be at a remarkably fast clip, and that's pleasant for once. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Rhonda Lucio, 181 Reservoir Road. I have two questions. Well, no, one question, one comment. How much is in the stabilization fund that we're going to be possibly, if the moderator allows it, how much is in that fund that would be taking the money from?
Thank you. As of June 30th, the balance of the stabilization fund was $3,147,178.96.
Okay, thank you. And I guess then my other comment would be, in order to avoid perhaps Fitchburg taking legal action, it might be in our best interest to exercise our discretion to allow town meeting to fund it in whatever way is agreeable to the body. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Tony Scullambrini. I'm at 5 Valley Road. I want to reinforce what the previous speaker, Matthew Brenner, said about the Ritter Building and the access, ADA access to the Ritter Building, and to talk about the Brooks House. I think that it's very appropriate to take and rework this particular article using those funds from that capital project. If we actually have spent, or if we do spend money to do the project for the ADA ramp, we're going to tear that out, I think, as a result of the work that the Lunenburg Municipal Building Design Committee is looking at right now. And that would be kind of an inappropriate use of those funds. I think that, so from that standpoint, those dollars could be much better used to pay our bills to the city of Pittsburgh. And with regards to the Brook House, I think I'm probably one of the very few people in this room who has been in the Brooks House in the last 3 weeks. And I can tell you that while it would be good to do those repairs that were budgeted for through various time meetings in the past, it's not necessary. And in fact, until the town really comes up with a use for the Brooks House, and we have been extensively discussing that without any success with regards to use, spending any money on the Brooks House is a waste of money.
Thank you.
Rebecca Lantry, 251 West Street. I need a point of clarification in my mind. And so this is the point that I want to know, is we had an override this past spring, but the budget for the school passed without that override money. So this is the time period, in my understanding of overrides, when that money is available. It doesn't go to the school unless it was in part of their budget. So where is the override money now, and is that available to us?
This could be a recurring theme. Can you address?
Let me try
Again.
to address that as simply as I can. In May, when we are preparing the annual operating budget, we look at all funding sources. The override, the benefit of the override year over year is included in that funding source, and is distributed across departments. So the first year of an override, it's 100% for the dedicated purpose, but then it is just in the pool of funds thereafter that get distributed out. So we have used the capacity of that override. The only remaining levy capacity that we have this evening is that $195,000 roughly that I spoke to earlier.
Andalusia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just had one additional comment. I'm not advocating for actually spending past capital items specifically on those items, but I do believe in keeping that money for many times, and there's an article we have on the warrant tonight to address the problem of not being able to fund projects because we didn't allocate enough funds. I'm for keeping capital money in the capital line for projects moving forward, so if we fall short, we can cover the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to have the Finance Committee discuss, debate, and vote and recommend. On the first part one, Mr. Maddox.
Yeah, thank you. So I actually had conversations with town manager and the finance director this morning on this article. The key thing in my mind was the addition of the final language, which was that the money will be repaid back into the general budget. At one point, this was seemingly going forward as a little bit of a bailout, and I was really opposed to that. So we did add the language that this enterprise fund, which is set up solely for those 11 properties, it should be self-sustaining. All the monies necessary to pay those bills should come from those 11 properties, and that's it, will be made whole back to the town. So I used the language of a loan kind of in an unofficial term. So think of this as a loan from one pocket of money into this enterprise fund till we can build it back up through the rate increases that will have to occur and pay back. The 14% interest that can accrue on this will build up really fast. So I think it is prudent to deal with this at this town meeting. It's also worth noting that this is a 9/10 vote, so we are on slim margins. But I think it is the right thing for the town to address it through this mechanism. And with that, is there other comments? We did not deliberate on this at our last meeting because we didn't know the issue.
Right. I mean, I agree with you, Chris. I agree that this needs to be paid and needs to be paid quickly. I mean, not only are we taking from an underserved community like Fitchburg, this is their source of revenue. So us not paying them is taking out of their budget. So we have to think about that as well. And also my concern is the money that's accruing, the 14%, the penalties that are paying. I'm nervous that those penalties are going to come back onto residents in lieu of like a tax increase. And I don't think we should take the chance on that. I don't agree with taking it from the stabilization fund because I feel like that was not the heart of the article when you read it. But I do agree with paying it and paying it quickly.
Any other discussion from the board? All right, I would make a motion that we recommend approval on Article 3, Part 1. Part 1. Do I have a second? All right, I'll roll call vote again. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jay? Tom? And an aye for myself.
That was all 5, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, now the article, you have your recommendations, it's all before you. I think we're ready to vote on Part 1 only. Voting is now open. If you're in favor of Part 1, you'll vote yes. If you're not, you'll vote no. And voting is open, so click away. The 9/10 vote, as has been mentioned. I'll come around this time, Kathy, and make sure I can see it for myself. Wait for the green light, or not. Okay, voting is now closed. What are the results there, Mel? 97 in favor, 11 opposed, 3 abstained, failed. Needed 9/10, was close. Okay, moving on to Part 2, Ms. Emke.
I move the town authorize the, oh,
Mr. Moderator, if we may, can we move to reconsider that?
Okay, there's a motion. There's a motion to reconsider. So we'll have to vote on whether or not to reconsider. Is there any debate on that? No? All right. People want to continue to discuss it because it was close, Mr. Mizzullo? Okay, Mel, we're going to have a vote to reconsider. It's a simple majority. We're reconsidering the vote we just took, which was fairly close, and I think some people are thinking, well, maybe it could squeak by.
It was
Has to be a
89.8%.
9/10 vote. I'm just guessing what Mr. Mizzullo might be thinking. But I did say reconsiderations are allowed as long as the number of people in the meeting have not drastically changed. And so I think that it's appropriate to have a reconsideration. You can vote to reconsider. That's what we're going to do right now. Whether you're on one side or the other, it doesn't matter. You're going to vote to reconsider it, redebate it, or not. That's a majority vote. Yes, Mr. Alonso, you want to? Wait, go ahead.
It's either now or after this. I mean,
Go
I
ahead.
just want to reiterate to people what was made obvious, that this is a vote on whether we're going to pay the bill. So either we're going to pay the bill voluntarily, or you should take some of that money and increase the legal expenses as we fight Lunenburg, who rightfully is owed the money. So it's really a
Pittsburgh.
simple question, which is why I quickly seconded the reconsideration.
All right. I hear you. All right, motion to reconsider first. Not whether you like or dislike the article for the moment. Forget that part. Whether you want to continue to discuss it and re-vote it. Voting is now open. All those in favor of reconsidering their past votes, vote yes. All those don't want to discuss it anymore will vote no. And we're going to leave voting open for a few minutes and see if people, the majority of people, want to reconsider their vote. I told my wife I'd be home by now, but I should know better. Okay, I'll declare voting is now closed. What are the results? 90 people want to reconsider it, 20 do not. So we're now open to reconsider the past vote. So the first part, part 1, is now before you again to discuss again and vote potentially again. Go right ahead.
Kim Duffy, 1479 Mass Ave. I would like to have clarification on what Part 1 of Article 3 is versus Part 2, because it's not very clearly specified in the warrant article.
You want to tell where it breaks out? How you broke up the two?
So, through you, Mr. Moderator, if you look at this chart, the top 3 are Part 2. City of Fitchburg is alone right now under Part 1.
Okay, that makes sense, is what I thought. But I wanted to confirm in case anyone else had any questions about it. Also, I want to clarify something that I may have heard. If we pay this, are we planning to have those businesses pay us back that money, and then this is like that loan situation, or are we just paying this and we're not going to be getting it back from the people using the interest rate increase?
So the town needs to bill all of the outstanding bills at our current rate. That will not recoup 100% of the money. Then we need to do that rate adjustment and start billing from there forward with the higher rate, and the hope is that eventually the enterprise fund will become whole, start earning, and that we can use those retained earnings to pay back the general fund.
Okay. All right, yeah, I just want to express that I do support paying these bills because it will just get more expensive. So, thank you.
Over here.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. I just want to point out that we have a legal binding agreement with the City of Fitchburg. That agreement requires us as a community to pay them. In the event that we don't, as one of the previous speakers said, all we will do is incur substantial legal costs because we are in violation of a legal binding agreement. Additionally, it puts the people that live in these residents, and Tri-Town is one of these residents, it puts them at risk because within the municipal agreement, it allows them to shut water off. If we shut water off to all of these residences, it is the town of Lunenburg's responsibility to then supply those residents with water. So if we're talking about trying to not pay our bills, all we are doing is double or tripling or quadrupling our bills. I urge you to vote this through.
Thank you. Over here.
Anthony Scullambrini, 82 Beale Street. Just to back up what the last speaker had said, the cost of litigation is astronomically high. This is also litigation that we will lose. This is not litigation that we might win. We will lose. And so all we are doing by voting no and not paying our bills is saying that we would like to pay more in the future. This is not, do we pay less now and more in the future? This is, we will definitely pay more in the future. There is no prudent person who would ever behave this way as an individual. The town should never do this. We should pay our bills and not pay more to lawyers.
Oh, I don't know about the second part.
They're all lawyers.
Over here.
Yeah, Lou Franco, 250 Arbor Street. Forget the legalities and all the complications. Those are very important. I agree with everything that's been said so far. But can we just pull back and look at this as a matter of human interaction? There's just a such thing as being a good neighbor. I mean, let's look at this from analogy. Your kid borrows, $500 from your neighbor. You clean that up. You pay that neighbor back, and you work that out in your own house. So I think we pay the neighbor. and then we clean it up in our own house. We collect from the people we need to collect from internally. It's just a question of decency. Forget legality.
Thank you. Sir?
Robert Bowen, 1686 Mass Ave. I move to amend Article 3, Part 1, to change the funding source to the stabilization fund.
Well, I've already determined that I'm going to rule that out of order, that it doesn't fall within the scope. So you can make the motion, and it could be seconded, but I'm not going to accept it because I think it's outside the scope.
We have a different opinion from town council.
I know. But in the end, and you're my deputy moderator.
I know.
And in the end, I have to...
This was defeated with the current funding sources. I'm trying to propose an alternate path.
I understand that. But I had to make that decision. I made my decision, and I'm not changing it. Thank you.
May I make one comment?
Whoa. Hold on.
I've made a motion.
I got to
right?
recognize people. So anyways, I'm
I've
going to
made
move
a-
that out of order, Mr. Moore. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
One comment is the stabilization fund, to have any funding from that, I think it's a 2/3 vote, or, and this is a 9/10 of a vote. And I think, you know, the bar for voting this out of the stabilization fund is higher than normally would be just a straight-up stabilization fund article.
Okay. But I've already decided I'm not going to accept
I
it.
mean, it's okay to change
Right.
mind.
Sorry. Garnering some enemies up here. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make one comment. I've heard a couple of questions about recouping costs. We will be billing our customers. The main issue is that we're billing at a rate that is too low. We can't increase the rate for prior years because we can't go back in time, but we can still bill those customers, and we will still bill those customers at the existing rate. So we're still bringing in funds, and we know we need to rectify moving forward the rate, so we're bringing in the appropriate amount of money. But I just want to make it clear that we are still going to be sending out these bills and receiving those funds for the outstanding amounts for those invoices. We're not just taking the money from these funding sources and not getting it back, at least recuperating some of the costs. So just wanted to make sure that was understood.
Thank you.
Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road. You listed all businesses, like, I guess they were not, did they just not receive water bills for a year or something? I'm wondering why, what happened on their end. Don't they, Tri-Town and these businesses, Bliss Cannabis, no accountant there thought it was funny they didn't receive a water bill for how long?
I could say they received bills in fits and starts. So it wasn't regular, but as far, you know, I think that what I understand is that it was known for a time that bills were not going out.
And they knew it. I mean, they have their own accounting departments. So I really don't feel bad for people who are in the business of making money and they're not trying to track down, why haven't I gotten my water bill? So, how can we hand this back to them? You know, they received the service, and you know, how do we get them to just come up with the revenue and pay it? And you know, I don't feel bad for Fitchburg either. They get quite a bit of Chapter 70 funding. I'm not. I know we should pay our bills to them, but I think we're stuck with other people's problems here.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Is there a question? No question.
I really think we're beating this one pretty heavily, so let's wrap it up. Gentleman at the mic, and Mrs. Bertram, and then let's have our
Darrell
reconsideration
Plant,
vote.
490 Lancaster Ave. Based on what our select woman there said, this is not a loan. We just have to pay the tab. Let's just get it done.
I just want to, Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road, I want to agree with the previous speaker. As for getting the money back, we are going to get the money back. We're going to bill these properties at the existing rate, then we're going to increase the rate, and then we're going to repay the town. So this is going to be paid by the individuals who consume the water.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to vote on part one again after reconsideration. So voting is now open. Is it up there, Mel? It is. Okay. Voting is now open. Click away. Let's see if the arguments, excuse me, somebody's talking and I don't know who that is. If you have a point of order, you'd have to stand and say point of order, and then I would have to recognize you. So does somebody have a point of order? Okay, well, not a hand up. I need you to like stand up and then say point of order nice and loud, and then tell me what the point of order is. Go ahead. Yes. Here you go. So what we're voting on is part one of Article 3, as it's written, not amended. This is the first part of Article 3. It requires a 90% vote. They broke it out because they thought it would be clearer for people to understand. I don't know if that's worked, but we're trying. Voting is open. Feel free to start clicking away. Everybody clear? We're re-voting a close vote from an hour and a half ago. I want to leave it open long enough to make sure we get all the votes in, since it could be close. Still getting a couple more, Mel. Okay, voting is now closed. What is the results now? Is it green or is it black? Red, rather. Green or red? I like green. Okay, green passes this time. Majority vote, 110 in favor, 4 opposed. Part 1, finally, is passed. Ms. Emke, let's see how you can do on part 2.
I move the town authorize the payment of prior year expenses as follows. 1, pay the sum of $266 from the FY26 physical line to Haywood Hospital for an unpaid bill of a prior year. 2, pay the sum of $390 to Advanced Print Technology from the FY26 Facilities and Buildings Park Department line for an unpaid bill of a prior year. And 3, pay the sum of $3,500 to CBiz from the FY26 Town Accountant line for an unpaid bill of a prior year.
Excellent. Is there a second? Selectman, what's your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
5-0. And Finance, I assume you're going to vote after we hear discussion? Okay. Any discussion on this part, part 2? You want to address this at all, Town Manager? No?
I'm happy to answer any questions. The first couple are pretty, the Haywood Hospital bill and the Advanced Print Technology bill, small bills coming in, that's somewhat typical. The CBiz is an outstanding bill from our FY24 audit that was included in the additional appropriation that you authorized under Article 2. So if this is approved, that's where that $3,500 is coming from.
Okay. I don't see anybody else chomping at the bit, so Mr. Menard, if you could have a vote of your committee.
Anyone have any discussion on these? All right, I would make a motion that we recommend approval of Article 3, Part 2.
Second?
All right, roll call vote. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jay? Aye. Tom? And I for myself.
Okay, 5-0 on recommendations. This is again the 9/10 vote. We're voting on Part 2 of Article 3. Voting is now open. Another 90%. Don't torture yourselves. Okay, voting is now closed. All those in favor are yes and no. Mel, what are the results? Passed 104-1. Okay, so we have now passed Article 3 in both parts by more than 9/10 vote. Moving along at lightning speed, Article 4 about storm water. Mr. Leighton.
I move the town transfer the sum of $42,900 from funds previously appropriated under Article 5 of the May 1st, 2021 annual town meeting for capital expenditures to the so-called stormwater consulting project.
Selectman, what's your recommendation?
Select Board recommended approval 4-1.
And Finance, you've deferred. Okay, you're going to make a presentation? Mr. Bernard?
Yes, I will.
Go right ahead.
Just a couple of remarks. So again, Bill Bernard, DPW Director. The Stormwater Task Force has been working towards establishing the stormwater utility. The utility will provide funding annually to perform the necessary work to be in compliance with the MS4 permit. The stormwater utility will be a stable source of revenue that can be used to complete more comprehensive stormwater-related programs and improvements above and beyond the MS4 program requirements. I know of at least 30 cities and towns in Massachusetts that already have this utility in place, and there's at least 20 more that are close to establishing a utility much like we are here. The only alternative to establishing this utility would be to add money to the operational budgets and to the capital budgets for equipment, men, and projects so that we can meet the requirements of the MS4 permit. Just to get us close, I estimate we'll need $200,000, but the DPW operational budget was reduced this year by over $300,000, so the likelihood of getting another $200,000 added in is pretty small. And so then to the heart of this article is that we've been using a consultant to assist with establishing our tiered rate-based rate schedule. However, that consultant hasn't been providing us with the services we require, and we want to hire a different consultant to get us over the line. So they will help put together that the rate schedule, and they will help with advertising and getting the word out on the article that will eventually come at a future town meeting. I believe that's it.
Okay, I bet there'll be some questions. No? Okay. Maybe people only want to talk about our old bills. Go right ahead.
Darrell Plant, 490 Lancaster Ave. 2 points. Over the last couple of years, there's been great discussion about combining departments and creating greater efficiencies. This goes in the opposite direction. Okay? This will be another tax on the consumer in town or the resident in town. That's point one. Point two, where does the DPW end or start on the road, and where does this utility pick up and end and start on maintaining our roads? I think the lines are going to become incredibly blurred, and I just don't think this is the right course of action. You said we need to spend $42,900 on a consultant to get this thing going and get it over the finish line. You said you need $200 to get this, to get what you need to get done to take care of these things. We'll give you the $200 next spring.
Thank you. Right ahead.
Adam Burney, Goodrich Street. So can you clarify a few points for me in the room through the moderator? My understanding is that this would not be the creation of a utility per se, as one would perceive, like the water district, where we're talking about physical buildings, rolling stock, personnel. This is an enterprise account, more probably accurately named, similar to the sewer enterprise account, where the DPW is charging a user fee to all of the properties in town, commercial, residential, institutional, nonprofit, and it's based primarily on impervious cover and the contribution of stormwater to the town and to the town system And if I'm not mistaken, this is all relative to the EPA Phase 2 permit under the NIPDES program that's issued jointly by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection and the Environmental Protection Agency at the federal level. And there's a series of requirements that are laid out in that permit that the town is responsible for, that everybody in this room, everybody who comes to town to visit the businesses, and every business in town contributes to, including the maintenance of the system, including regular testing, wet weather and dry weather, as well as long-term upgrades and mapping programs. So this is all a series of items that the DPW is already doing to meet a mandate that's been in place since 2003 as part of the Clean Water Act that we don't have a funding stream from either the state or federal government for. And the municipal response across the country, quite frankly, but more pointedly in Massachusetts, has been to establish these fees in most communities. They're somewhere between $75 and $100 a year billed quarterly. So we're talking about a pizza dinner, less than a pizza dinner a quarter, for long-term stability in meeting a federal and state mandate. Is that an accurate representation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Anyone else on Article 4? Coming right down, Mr. Martin.
Robert Martin, 54 Longwood Drive.
Get right up to the mic, will you? Must be my old age. I can't hear that well.
I speak very quietly. Apologize. Robert Martin, 54 Longwood Drive.
Thank you.
The previous speaker talked about basically all of the stormwater kind of projects. This, to me, sounds like the only thing that's proposed in this article is monies for consulting. What, I guess, my first question when I first looked at this before the previous speaker is, how long is that going to last? Is that going to be a continuing consulting project, so it'll be $52,000 or $42,000 every year? What sets a boundary for when that consulting is done?
Right. This is a one-time spending. So this will help us establish the stormwater utility, and then the money from the stormwater utility will pay for projects and to meet the requirements of the MS4 permit. So again, this is a one-time spending.
Okay. I have my doubts, but I will leave that until next town meeting.
Excellent. Look forward to seeing you.
I'm sure you do. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add one comment. One of the reasons we are looking to switch consultants, and a big reason we need this consultant, is for data. The impervious area for the properties in town. We learned this summer, sometime, that the impervious area data in GIS is 10 years old. So we don't feel, speaking as a member of the Stormwater Task Force, we don't feel that that's right to base the way that the utility is based is on impervious area, and there's different tiers, and you pay, a different amount based on what tier you fall into. So, one, we're missing a lot of properties. Data is 10 years old. The data is that properties that are in there, the impervious area could have changed. So, it's not. I don't think we in good conscience can, and Bill, if I speak out of line, we in good conscience can create this tiered structure and a utility without having that data.
Go right ahead.
Glenn McLeod, I was the one dissenting vote on this article. It is safe to say that I am not a fan of the stormwater utility in general, but my concern here is specifically with the timing. The voters have not adopted the stormwater utility yet, so my concern is when that issue comes up. We've already spent money on a consultant, and this article here wants to spend more money on that consultant prior to making the decision to moving forward with the actual stormwater utility fees. So I'm concerned that those monies would be entirely wasted because, as a previous speaker has stated, I think the appropriate way for this funding to come by way of the DPW is through the traditional budgeting process. And I'm concerned that, getting a little bit into the weeds, that if this stormwater fee is adopted, it's essentially an end run of the traditional budgeting process.
Thank you. Over here.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. The reality is that cities and towns across the Commonwealth are adopting stormwater utilities because it is mandated by the EPA and the state that we follow the compliance of the MS4 permit. The reality is we don't have the funding. And to say that we're going to do it through the budget, the reality is that every annual meeting there are budget cuts because we can't address, as Bill just said, as the DPW director just said, we cut $300,000 last year. We're not meeting our obligations, which can result in fines because we don't meet the requirements of the permit. To say that this is ahead of adopting a utility, personally as a voter, I want to understand what the costs are going to be before I vote for a utility. Without this information and without this consultant, none of us will know what our costs will be. So this is going to allow us to make informed decisions about whether or not we go forward with adopting the utility.
Thank you. Over here.
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just wanted to refresh, if someone could refresh my memory as to how much we spent on the consultant that gave us the 10-year-old information.
Yep, I can answer that. So in FY26, we've spent $8,800. In FY25, we spent almost $12,000. FY24, we spent $15,000. So a total of $35,000 over 3 years.
Okay. Over here.
Matthew Brenner, 619 Northfield Road. I am on the Capital Planning Committee. I also chair the Planning Board. My opinion here is not a formal stance from either of those boards, but I share that to say that I kind of, within my town government roles, live and breathe stormwater. This is not a vote tonight about a stormwater utility. I would love to talk about that. I would love to talk about all the projects we can't do because stormwater is eating up our capital budget. I would love to talk about the nuances of our stormwater bylaw, how we're ahead of other communities, and yet we all know that there are roads in this town that flood. We know the places to avoid in the winter because there's ice. But this isn't a vote about the utility. This is a vote to make sure that when we have the vote about the utility, we have the correct data and can make an informed decision. And maybe that decision is no, but I'm going to tell you, we need to make that decision or things are only going to get worse. The budget cannot handle the increasing costs as it is. And no matter what, we need to have a handle on what those impervious surfaces are and where the problems are, more so than just our eyeballs going, okay, it looks like this. We need to really know literally the lay of the land in this case, and this is the money that gets us there. So in the spring, we can make an informed, thoughtful decision as the town's legislative body. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Adam Burney, Goodrich Street. I want to echo what the previous speaker said. The data is critical to this, and I think to answer some questions asked by previous speakers, and hopefully the DPW director can clarify if I'm incorrect. The money spent previously was both for information and planning on the utility, not only the utility. It was also for other MS4 related expenses as far as compliance for testing, annual reports, etc. Correct? Through the moderator?
Go ahead.
No, the numbers I gave were
Specifically for that?
specifically towards establishing the utility.
And if I'm not mistaken, the 10-year-old data is the town's, not provided by the consultant. It was done through the town's GIS and was provided to the consultant, and recompiling that data comes at a cost?
You're partially correct. The data came from the state's GIS, and it's over 10 years old. And
But-
it does cost money to.
But it's
look
on the
at
town to
that.
update that data.
Right.
Because it involves running computer algorithms over aerial photography to find footprints and impervious area.
Exactly. That's what the consultant will be doing.
Correct. And then, again, I just want to strongly say that your feelings on utility, not utility, enterprise fund, whatever you call it, should be exclusive of this article. This article is to give us the most informed decision when the utility is formed. That utility or enterprise fund cannot be formed without action of town meeting. And so without this data, we're going to be voting on something that we can't accurately represent. And the commercial developments in town, the residential developments in town, all of that impervious adds up. And my understanding of the way that they would tier it is they would develop an equivalent residential unit, and then commercial spaces would be divided, their impervious area would be divided by the square footage of that equivalent residential unit. So without accurate data, the residents likely will pay more because the businesses won't have the most up-to-date impervious area calculations to pay their fair share. So I think having this data gives us the best information to make the decision when it comes forward. I support this article.
Data. Go ahead.
Kim Duffy, 1479 Mass Ave. I also just wanted to highlight some thoughts that came to mind when people were talking about the consequences of not having accurate and updated data for stormwater. In addition to the streets that flood routinely and whatnot that we drive on, people's homes are also potentially impacted by the increased water that we see routinely in these 100-year storms happening every 10 or less years. In addition, this extra stormwater, that if it's unmanaged, could impact our environmental areas that, we love to go and visit, like Cowdrey, the lakes that we, swim and kayak in. So all of the pollutants that come from, the impervious areas that we're not aware of go into those waterways, which impact our wildlife and our recreation, as well as potentially the homes that we have. So I'm in support of this article, and just consider those other areas as well, besides just businesses and money.
Thank you. Mr. Menard, I think we're ready for the FinCom to discuss and give us a recommendation.
All right, does anyone have any comments relative to this article?
I do. So, a few thoughts. First, generally speaking, I don't like this practice of the funding for this article is coming from, unfulfilled capital expenses. It's not just financially speaking in terms of financial operations. I don't think that's the cleanest way that we usually budget and get these things accomplished. As to the article and to the purpose of the article, I don't know where we crossed the boundary of we are exploring how to solve this issue to we are going to have a stormwater utility. I know that's a solution that's becoming normal solutions for larger cities. I just pulled a document from the state. All the towns and cities that have adopted, at least in this document, are much larger than us. And at least in this example that I'm seeing here. And I think this is one solution. So I don't remember seeing a presentation that we explored a regional solution. We explored maybe doing a borrowing to catch up and then finding a maintenance that's going to be less. I haven't seen any of that. So if this money was for continued exploration of how we're going to solve this problem, I would say yes. But all I heard is we're going to create a new utility. And I have not been presented with information to say this is the solution. So I know we have to address the requirements of the stormwater permit. I'm just not convinced or have not been shown the information that this is the solution that we should go. And I'll give you an example that I think I did with pavement management. There are towns that are considering pavement tax, similar to, they're proposing here. And I don't know how they're going to explore that. We, in Lunenburg, we borrowed a big chunk of money, we caught up, and now we are able to maintain it with much less money than we used to try to catch up. So, there is the cost of catching up, and then there is the cost of maintaining. And I would like to understand what the work scope on that would be. So anyway, in the end of the day, I have not been shown the information that says this is the solution, and I have been presented with that information. If I have not, I'm not going to vote for exploring utility, because that's not the only thing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
I just have one question. I think we need the data. I think we need the data to move forward and be well informed. Is there a strategic plan in place of what data we are getting from this consultant? Because it seems like we've missed the mark a few years with not updating our data. So are there things that we're asking for and expectations that we're going to be getting all of the data, all of the current data, so we can make an informed decision? I just want to make sure that I want to vote yes, but I want to make sure we're getting the data that we need.
Yeah, so the new consultant that we chose has helped a number of towns establish utilities, so they've done this work. And they're committed to looking at all the properties in town and getting the proper data necessary to come up with the proper rate structure.
Yeah, I also think the utility is the wrong way to do this. I think this should be part of the operational budget. I also think that this should be part of a regionalized system where we can utilize common capital equipment across towns. We have all these capital equipment that we want to put in towards stormwater that are very rarely used. They could be used more effectively in a regional setting. I think we're rushing towards this utility, and I agree with Anna. The data has not presented to FinCom in such a way that I'm comfortable with recommending a yes on this. So my recommendation at this time would be a no.
Do you want to do a vote?
Yep, so I will make a motion to recommend no on this article.
Can we just keep the motions on the positive? It's easier. Otherwise, it becomes double negative.
I made a motion to recommend no on this article.
So if I vote yes, I'm voting no.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, Anna, you vote aye. Do we have a second?
Second. All right, I'm going to be the last one on this one, so I can.
Oh, no.
You vote first, Chris.
All right, I'm an aye. Anna?
Okay. Aye.
Tanya?
Nay.
Jay? Tom? Okay.
So what's the tally?
We don't have a tally. We don't have a recommendation yet.
So, I want to read the name of the cities that have a stormwater utility. Westfield, Chelmsford, Braintree, Milton, Tewksbury, Reading, Westford, Newton, Northampton, Shrewsbury, Bellingham, Chicopee, Fall River. We are not any of those. So this is not now inclusive. Is one that I found from the mass.gov. So anyway.
I want to comment on something at this time. This article came up and has never been presented to the Finance Committee. And this practice has to stop. All these articles get ramrodded into us at the last minute. We don't have proper time to vet them for the financial impacts of things. And here we are right now, and we can't even make a recommendation. So I would entertain another motion.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Anna?
No.
Tanya?
Yes.
Jay? And a no for me.
3 in favor, 2 opposed? Is that what the number was, Chris?
Yep.
Yep. I can't always hear Jay. He's very soft-spoken. Okay. All right. Okay. So you have your recommendations. I think we're ready to vote. This is Article 4, establishing the Special Project Authorization Fund. This is a majority vote. Your clickers are now open. Please begin to vote. Majority's math I can do. I can figure that one out. I know we lost a couple of people, so we did. I saw a couple of people walk out. They said, this is going too late. Okay, voting is now closed. What are the results, Mel? 64 to 45. Simple majority, it passes. We had 5 and 6 were in the consent calendar, so we're moving all the way, jump up to 7. Ms. Moore.
I move the town transfer the sum of $50,000 from funds previously appropriated under Article 5 of the May 1st, 2021 annual town meeting for capital expenditures to fund the engagement of one or more consultants to assist with capital project estimations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectman, your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
Finance Committee recommended approval 4-1.
Going to speak? Anybody? Oh, you down there, town manager? There you go.
Sure, I can start, and if there's more specific questions after I give this brief overview, the facilities director is here. So the facilities director for both the town and school, as well as the DPW director who you just heard from, are responsible for preparing and submitting capital funding requests. Oftentimes in developing these requests, they use cost estimates based on their own expertise. They consult vendors in the field. They use industry standards. But there are occasions when the use of an outside consultant would provide a more accurate assessment of the project costs. We have seen that we are underestimating capital projects at times, and so the intent here is that we have a pool of funds that can be utilized by both the facilities directors of the town and school when we are scoping these capital projects to come up with a more accurate figure.
No one's at the microphone. I think we're ready to vote. Moving right along. No. You're not ready? I'm ready. It's all right. We're in Article 7 now. All right. Because we skipped over 5 and 6. That got you screwed up. All right. We're here all night. It's all right.
May I have a word now that IT is
Yeah,
messing around?
just give me a minute there, Mr. Martin, okay?
Yes, I will.
I got to concentrate, you know? Okay, we have Article 7 before us. Before we vote, Mr. Martin wanted to raise a point or ask a question or something. So go ahead.
Yes. Robert Martin, 54 Longwood Drive. I have a couple of issues with wording like this. First, again, this is consultants, okay? Previous discussion was about a consultant. It turned into a discussion about the project itself. So I'm not sure that really flies that way. The problem that I have with this one is perhaps similar to the other one. $50,000 for a consultant. And there's, again, some words in here about, well, we've estimated it before and had a problem. Who's doing the estimating? Is this just somebody that says, okay, I have expertise and therefore I can estimate it?
Madam whoops. We lost her. You want to address his, did you hear his question?
I'm sorry, I heard the beginning part of it.
Okay, summarize it, Mr. Martin.
That was babbling. Why do we need a consultant, and what are the qualifications of the people that have been
I am
generating
going
the
to turn
estimates.
to our subject matter expert, Chris Ruth, Facilities Director. if I may,
Here you
Mr.
go.
Moderator.
Hi, everyone. I'm the Chris Ruth, the Facilities Director. So I can speak to some of the projects before my time, Ritter Building specifically. One of the projects had an estimated $100,000. The professional estimators came in closer to $600,000. As for some of the projects, for example, a roof replacement, new carpets, we can easily take cost per square foot numbers, add a multiplier based off of how old it is, and come up with numbers for that. If it's a more complicated project, it actually has to go out to bid. A lot of this is governed by state procurement law, and there's nothing we can do. For example, when we put something out to bid, we have to know if it's under 10,000, under 50, under 150, to know the proper way to bid it. That's state law. This 50,000 is not for a single consultant. This is for, if this year I only had simple projects to estimate, we don't use the money. If next year we have it, we use it. It's to be shared between the schools. It's also money used for architects, because it's kind of hard to bid a project without clearly defining what the project is. Just for reference, typically an estimator is somewhere between $3,000 and $6,000 for a project, depending on the size and scope. And those estimators give us significantly better numbers. Part of the reason we decided to do it this way was the other option is I put $6,000 in my operating budget every year, and I may or may not use it, but I just thought it would be, or we thought it would be a better way to do that. The other thing is all final spending on this is discretion is of the town manager, so.
Okay.
Data, Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir.
Let's vote.
That leads me into my real question.
Oh. Go ahead.
DPW numbers, and again, I'll go back to the previous comment, which is there are two projects that I know of that are halfway complete. So who made those estimates? Where did they come from? Why aren't the projects completed? Flat Hill Bridge is a perfect example. It's been on the books. It's a MassDOT requirement for the repairs. The project started in March or April, and the contractor decided we didn't bid enough, so we're going to park our heavy equipment on the bridge so nobody can get by. That has gone into litigation. Nobody has any visibility as to how much it's going to cost, how much it's going to cost to get to that real number, to see what the funding is going to be for the bridge, the litigation to get it done. So the estimators definitely have a problem. We need to figure out how much that's going to cost us. The other project that's undone is Burridge Street. There was a memo from the town manager in September that had a whole list of roads. It said Burridge Street will be completed on September 14th, I think, and half of Burridge Street was done, and this is the fog spray on the...
Well, Mr. Martin, I don't want to get into all the projects in town. I think what your question is, and maybe to the town manager or maybe Mr. Ruth, who's making the estimates, and why do we need a consultant to make estimates? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, town manager, who's making the estimates, and why do we need a consultant to help?
So it depends. So what we're talking about here, though, under this article is primarily capital projects that are presented to the Capital Planning Committee and then ultimately presented to this body. And those estimates would be, depending on the type of the project, whatever subject matter expert in that field would be appropriate to hire and consult for that purpose. I just want to address quickly, I think it's outside of the scope, but the issue with the Flat Hill Road Bridge is not one of an estimation issue. That wasn't the estimated cost of that project is not the issue with that project.
Okay.
Discussion for another day.
Discussion for another day.
Ready to vote, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Moderator.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I got to let Mr. Martin finish, I hope. You done?
I am done.
Excellent. We're going to call him Ms. Dahl then.
You did mention that you may or you may not use the funds. You may use all of it. You may use part of it. Is this just going to stay with you forever, or are unused portions going to come back?
That is an excellent question. The reason, Mr. Moderator, that we structured this way is to provide the flexibility that the two facility directors require. There may be a year that there's not any new capital projects to estimate, and we want the money to sit in the article for future years. There may be a year that there's many projects to estimate. So by having a bucket sum of $50,000 that lives outside the operating budget, it allows you to perhaps spend $0 in one year and $10,000 in another year until the funds are fully expended. Or if we did, as we did earlier this evening, take this fund and appropriate it at another town meeting somewhere else.
Okay? Ready to
Okay.
vote?
Yes.
Okay. Voting is now open. Simple majority, Article 7, transferring money, $150,000 for special projects. Project estimated, excuse me.
You don't need to see it.
Okay, I think voting is now closed. What are the results, Mel? Simple majority, 70 to 20. Article 7 passes by a clear majority. Article 8, Ms. Emke.
Yeah.
I move the town accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 13E, authorizing establishment of a special education reserve fund as printed in the November 18, 2025 special town meeting warrant booklet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectman, what's your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 4 to 1.
Thank you. And Finance, you're deferred?
We did.
You're deferred, right? Okay. Okay, who's going to speak to this article? Mr. Scalabrini.
Yeah, yes. So before you tonight on warrant Article 8 is a request to establish a special education reserve fund. I'm going to go through some data tonight, but the main point that you need to know is that this is not going to cost any additional money. This is just changing the way that we save currently allocated money to allow for us to even out the bumps that we get on an annual basis due to changes in what are called out-of-district placements.
It's not advancing?
Oh, there you go. Oh, well.
I can drive for you.
Okay. So part of this is caused by a discrepancy between what is called net school spending and actual costs. So net school spending is a formula-derived number that the state expects us to spend on education in the town. And as you can see, it's the floor and not the ceiling. But outside the formula for net school spending are costs that the school district does incur, including special education costs. And so the idea would be, and I think this is on the next slide, the idea would be to use this stabilization or recovery account to minimize the differences in impact on the budget. And as you can see here, these are things that we spend money on as a town that are not included in the net school spending formula. And the one that we're talking about trying to address tonight is the cost for special education out-of-district placements and transportation to out-of-district placements. They are not otherwise covered by Chapter 70's formula. We go to the next slide. And as you can see here, there is a huge difference of about $3 million, more than 10% of our budget, between the net school spending threshold and our actual operational budget. And as you're going to see in a couple slides in advance, a lot of that is tied to the out-of-district placement costs and the cost of transporting these students to these out-of-district placements. Madam Town Manager, if you can. So go forward to the next one. One of the issues that we have is that if a student or their family moves into town after the close of our school budget, the cost for that will be incurred by the school district, but we will not have been able to plan for it. So imagine a family moves in with a young man or young lady, and they require out-of-district placement. Based on a Supreme Court case, and federal law and regulation, we have an obligation to provide them with what's called a free, appropriate public education. And the law has been interpreted to mean that we have to provide them an education that meets their needs and works with the disabilities that they have. And so the problem is, for budgeting purposes, if they move in after the budget is closed, we have no way of recouping that cost until the next year from the state government, and the town is required to bear the cost of special education for that calendar year. We'll get paid back, but we're always a year behind if they move in after the budget closes. So if you want to go forward to the next slide. So in 2016, they changed the law and allowed for the establishment of these special education reserve funds. And I want to credit two people, Laura Brzozowski, who is back over there, and Chris Menard. They sort of simultaneously came up with this idea, and we've talked about it at the tri-board meeting. The idea would be that we would create a fund, we would change how we save part of the money that the town generates, and we would set it aside to pay for these unanticipated or unbudgeted costs of special education, exactly what the 2016 law allows us to do. So you can go forward to the next slide. And so what we would do is we would establish this special education reserve fund. It would be a very limited amount of money. It would be used in a very limited way. So the basic plan is that the funding would come in the annual budget for the school. The cap would not exceed 2%. And then the money could only be accessed for special education needs, transportation, the out-of-district placement, and related costs on a majority vote of both the school committee and the select board. So there would not only be transparency, but there would be a backup, sort of a safety latch provision to make sure the funds were not spent in any other way. You could advance it one more time. The issue that we have is we currently don't have sufficient funds to take more than one or two hits. So just as an example, I've been on school committee for about 5 years. We've had a number of kids that move in after the budget closes. On average, we're talking somewhere between $150,000 and $300,000 for out-of-district placement costs. And so currently, if you look at our budget, you can see the circuit breaker. I believe, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, the last time I looked at the circuit breaker, we had about $336,000 in the circuit breaker, which is, like I said, the payment that they make for last year's expenses. So we could absorb maybe one student moving in. But as you're going to see on slides in a minute, we've had a greater influx than one student a year. So if we can go to the next slide. The idea of the town, this is the article that we're talking about, and the hope is that we establish this fund. You go to the next slide. Key things to know, and this is the one that I want to make sure everybody is aware of. This is not costing anybody any money. We are just changing the way that we save money. So like, I think about it in terms of like my own house. We moved in 4 years ago. We were told that the boiler was very old. And so slowly but surely, my wife and I set aside money so that we could pay for the boiler. We didn't make more money. We didn't save more money. We didn't spend money on the boiler yet. We just set it aside so in the event that the boiler conked out, we would have that money ready to go. And that's essentially what we're asking the town to approve. If you could go forward on the next slide. The problem that we have is because of the net school spending formula in Chapter 70, and what you'll see in a second, the increased cost in out-of-district placement, the gap between the net school spending formula and our actual budgeted amounts is growing every year. And you'll see in a second, the slide basically explains why. Can you keep going?
That is the last slide that
that's the next. Oh, so that basically, here's the thing that's happened. We, at one point, had about 7 children in out-of-district placement. That was the lowest in the past 5 years. And if you look at it since then, every year, I think it went up to 10, then to 13, and then to 15. We currently have 15 kids in out-of-district placement. Those kids, if they move in after the time our budget's closed, we have to pay the full boat. The state will not pay us that year. They'll pay us the following year for the previous year. And so that cost over time has grown. The out-of-district placement cost, if you look at the costs per year, so 3 years ago it was essentially, and Chris, please correct me if I'm wrong, 3 years ago it was essentially 1.17 million, and last year it would jump to 1.70 million, and then this year, this 25-26, it's 1.71 million. And part of that has to do with the fact that the state has increased the amount that out-of-district placements can charge. They have a rate that is set by the state, and the rate is a percentage, and they were allowed to increase the percentage that they could charge towns and cities for out-of-district placements. So when they increased that rate, it increased our rate. And when you couple that increased rate with the increase in the number of students, the gap between what we have as net school spending and actual spending has grown. So just in the last couple of years, it's about $500,000. And that's why we think that if we have this stabilization fund available, it will allow us to even those bumps out. And the hope is that we don't ever have to use it. But in the past, we've seen that the number of unbudgeted school-related expenses for out-of-district placements has increased pretty rapidly, along with both the cost and the number of students that are being placed in out-of-district facilities. And so what we hope is that people will vote in support of establishing this fund, and that this fund can be used to even out the hits the school and town take to their budget on a year-to-year basis. And I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Well, you opened yourself up there. Oh, no questions. Okay, well, you're going to get a chance to ask questions, absolutely. Go right ahead, plus you've also got your select board, your finance committee. Go ahead, ask questions, Tanya.
Oh, okay. You're going to establish this reserve fund, but money's going to have to go into it someday, somehow. Is that coming out of the school budget? Is the school budget being allocated their funding into this fund, or is it town money?
So my understanding is that it would be funded as part of the school budget, but we're getting the money from the town.
Okay,
So-
well, they're two different things.
Right, but I mean,
Really?
like, we're going to ask for the money.
Okay.
So if I can answer that, just, the way that this would work is that what we're doing here is just establishing a fund.
Right.
I think working through the tri-board and as we go through the budgeting cycle for this upcoming year, we'll have to establish maybe policy on this with the school board, the school committee. We'll have to establish mechanisms to start to fund this account over time. I think the real benefit to an account like this, it's kind of like having long-term disability insurance through your work, right?
Okay.
Something may happen to you, and you really just need to keep that cash flow kind of going. So it is, these out-of-district placements, Tony said 150 to 300,000, but you can end up with some of them that are like $1 million plus. So this could really kill the school department's budget. We had a vote earlier today for $90,000 that took us 2 hours to work through to pay a prior bill. This gives us a mechanism that if that situation comes up, we already have something in place to deal with that until the town reimburses it through circuit breaker funding. So I just think that this is a good kind of tool that we can use. If it is approved at this meeting, we know that that tool is available for us for our annual town meeting to start to fund it and incorporate it into our financial practices.
Can I respond, or do you want to?
Well, this is your meeting to discuss
okay.
with your chair.
Yes, generally, Chris, I would agree with you. The Special Education Reserve Fund is something that I would generally vote for. But however, in the last fiscal year, we did find monies in the budget that were not spent, and a lot of that money was paraprofessional salary based. So, talking about special education, we had money that we didn't spend. We want to make a new fund. We're going to put money into it. We don't know where it's going to come from. It's going to come from the town, but it's going to be in the school budget. So I'm just really, I'm nervous. I'm nervous about starting a whole new fund, taking money from the school budget, and that is funded by the town, and we don't really have our ducks in a row yet.
Well, so no
Financially.
monies are moving as part of this,
So
right?
can I,
Hold on. I just
well,
want to say,
I'll-
again, we're establishing a fund as a mechanism that it could be a tool that we use in the future. I would envision that as money is given back through free cash, we may say this year we want to put, $200,000 into the stabilization fund, so much into the special stabilization fund, and maybe $100,000 into this fund, and start building it up to a level that we believe policy-wise, through analysis and maybe talking to other towns, is the right level for us to have to just, account for something. So today's vote is pretty benign. It's just saying that this is a tool we can use, or maybe we don't use. We don't have to use it in the future. But it gives us that, that ability to plan for it over the next.
Will establish this fund.
Yeah, but it will be in a fund that's established with $0 in it. And it doesn't have any obligation to ever have any money into it.
So-
But we should.
So if I may now, so I kind of agree with Tanya. In my mind is putting the horses before the cart in this situation. None of the issues that we have had with the school budget has been because of out-of-placement district. None of them. We always talk about this possibility of someone moving in and being $1 million, but that has not been the case. The override was not needed because of special education. We are not solving for what the issue is. Of all the problems that we have had with the school budget, poor financial management would be what I'm seeing right now. And creating a new bucket of money, I don't think it helps that. What I would like to see is us to really go through this process with the tri-board, understand exactly financially where they are, get a good picture, and when all of that is in place, we then start creating, funds and we start doing better planning. But right now, we need to get our house in order. Again, none of the problems that we have had has been because we need an override because we had 4 new kids moving in from out of district. That wasn't the case. Another thing is, Lunenburg used to have, I think around, I think I looked like 2019, we used to have almost $500,000 in revenue coming from kids coming to Lunenburg. Our school district has fewer kids than ever, and we have now barely 100,000. There's so much that we need to fix, that we need to have clear conversations about where their budget are, and that I don't have the answer now. And the last thing I personally want is to create a fund that then comes next spring town meeting is like, well, we need to fund it. Well, why? Well, because if you didn't want to create the fund, why did you create the fund? It's like, no, let's do one thing at a time. Let's get a good handle on what's going on with the school's budget, their financial operations. And I know there's been turnover and everything else. And after that, we establish a fund and we make a plan for how to fund it. I don't think this is the right time, and I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done before someone comes up to me and asks for a new bucket of money.
Yeah, I'll say my house has never burned down, but I'm sure glad we have a fire department in town. Because if it does, we need it, it's there for our use.
That doesn't seem to make sense with the current thing. We all pay taxes towards the fire department, so.
Do you want us to?
We need a recommendation.
Can I?
Vote. Yeah.
Can I answer or respond?
Sure.
Thank you. So I want to make sure that we're clear on a couple of things. The problem with the out-of-district placements started to increase 2 years ago. And so if you look, and I'm trying to call up the data, the slideshow that we had, there's other data that was available, and I tried to remember it off the top of my head, but I think, okay. So in 2022, we had our lowest out-of-district cost placements, and it was essentially $880,000. From 2022 to 2025, it increased from $880,000 to $1.7 million, and this year it's $1.71 million. If you look at the number of students, from 2022 it was at 10, and in 2023 it went to 7, then 9, then 12, and then 15. So if the question is, do we know we have a problem? The answer is yes. In terms of whether or not we have properly allocated money, This is not what the warrant article is trying to do. All the warrant article is trying to do is to say, can we have this account? And then we can figure out through the dry board process and through other dialogue how it is funded. One of the plans that we had talked about, and this is not part of the warrant article, but one of the ways that we would solve this, is that every year the school district remits money back to the town because of the nature of our funding. We can't budget down to the penny because people leave, kids come into town, teachers go out on leave. So we always have to return a little bit of money. If that money is then placed in the stabilization fund, as an example, then no one has spent any additional money. The money was already allocated to us, we did our best to use it, and then it goes into the special stabilization fund. Whether you think that's proper or not, that's not the question. The question is much simpler. Do we establish a prudent plan to save money for unexpected costs? And if you don't want to establish a prudent plan to prepare for unexpected costs, that's a different thing.
I take exception with calling a prudent plan. This is a plan. It doesn't mean it's the prudent plan. I think prudent plan would be to have our financial operations in order to then start creating a new bucket of money.
Okay, I'm gonna call for a vote. I would entertain a motion to recommend. I will recommend approval on this article. Do I have a second? Second. All right. All those in favor? Hannah?
No.
Tanya?
No.
Jay? No. Tom? Yes. And a yes from me. So we're 2 to 3.
It's a no. Okay. Now, they've had their vote. Now you know what their position is. To you, Mrs. Bertram. Go ahead.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. I have a question and then a comment. The question that I have is this fund, is it just going to be a line item within the school budget? When we vote the school budget, we vote a dollar amount. Is this going to be a separate vote, or is this just going to be absorbed in the school budget?
It will not be part of the school budget. It will be a separate vote at town meeting.
Okay, so any money that's going to go into that fund
Yes.
will be a vote of town meeting?
Correct.
It will not just be a dollar amount that the school can decide, I'm going to
No.
put X amount of money into this fund?
No.
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead. You can hold it if you want. Yep.
Emily Young, 36 Florence Street. I just wanted to comment on the fact that we think this isn't a problem. As Tony stated, it's increasing every single year, and we have to provide out-of-district placement for students that are not getting the services they need at our own public schools. So the fact that we're not using anybody's money to do this and just having it as a reserve, I don't know why we wouldn't want to do that. Instead of having 15 and then maybe 20 out-of-district placements coming up down the line that we don't have enough in our school budget for, it just doesn't make sense that we wouldn't want to do that. Also, as a parent, I listened to the school committee for the past 3 years, and every budget season that I listened to, out-of-district placements were the one thing that just shined as a problem from all the committees in town. So I don't understand why we're saying it's not an issue when that's what I heard for 3 years in a row from past committees, not present committees now, not Dr. Fortuna, but past superintendent and school committee members. That was a huge issue that was brought up time and time again. That was a problem for the school budget. So now we're asking to, as a school committee member as well, asking to put money aside for that so that it doesn't impact the budget during budget season as much as it has over the past few years.
So I just...
And also the override...
Anna, you're out of order. We're not having a discussion between the two of you. She's making her position. She's making her position.
I understand.
And then you can raise your hand, and I'll call on you, and you can rebut her position. Thank you.
Also, my impression is that the override was not just, I might have misunderstood you, but it sounded like you were saying that the override didn't go to funding special education services, one of you said, or paraprofessionals. Those are part of special education, correct? But we still have to pay for students to be sent out of district if we don't have those staff members. So that override did help in some way, because we would have probably lost more students out of district, which means we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars out of the school budget to support them in an out-of-district placement and not at Lunenburg Public Schools. So it just makes sense to have this fund, and like Chris and Tony said, we're not piling a bunch of money in there right now. It's just something to have to support that when needed. It has to get done. We can't say that we're not going to fund a student in an out-of-district placement. It's just the law. We have to. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay,
Mr.
and now I'll
Moderator,
call
point-
on you. No.
Point of order?
Okay. I have to control the meeting. Who talks, who doesn't? So, go ahead. You may respond to what she said, and then
Okay.
we're going to get other people to speak. Thank you.
So I want to clarify, this fund's being proposed for when out-of-district comes and is outside our budget season. During a budget season, we deal with all the students that we know they're having. So that's the difference, that it's not during the budget. During the budget, you know, I can go on and describe the numbers of how the town has funded the school district over the past 3 years. I believe the number is something like 12% increase over a 2-year. 2 years. So the town, when it's presented with the current school body, and we need to fund, we figure out how to fund it. I mean, we just allocated $500,000 extra this year during the budget season because we need it. So there is a difference there of what this fund is proposing, which is students that come in after our school normal budget season. And that's the difference. And that's a big difference. Now, what happened with the override, when you look at how the override money was spent, just by looking year over year, which is an exercise that I've done it wasn't necessarily $900,000 that went to those lines. That's what I said. I'm sure there was an increase year over year, but it wasn't the $947,000 didn't go to those lines. And I have. So there is a big difference between your student body that you need to fund, and the town has funded, again, over 12% in the 2-year timeline, and the ones that come outside the budgeting season. And that's when we use the emergency money. But that has not been the case. That has not been one of our problems, where the school budget runs into issues. And this town meeting in FY26, we actually funded another $50,000 to help with a new student that came into the district. So we are taking care of these issues. I'm not against it. My whole point has been, this is putting the cart ahead of the horses. It's not the right time. Let's get our financial operations in order, run a smooth operation, and then create a new bucket. One of the issues is we have too many buckets of school funding already. We have the budget that we have, then we have the circuit breaker refund that is a year behind, then we have, all these other buckets of money, and part of the teachers that were not paid was we double booked. They did a double budgeting on, came from our budget, and they had the money. So they need to get their operations in order. That's all I'm asking. And when that happens, I will support this.
Okay, thank you. Folks, we need to get back to the article, and we can't relitigate all of the things that went on with schools. Just want to keep us focused. It is 10 minutes, 9:45. Go ahead.
So I would like to fundamentally disagree that our budget is not heavily impacted by out-of-district placement costs. I think that is a wildly incorrect assertion. I think that it was clear during budget discussions that out-of-district costs very much affect the budget, especially when someone moves in mid-year and we suddenly have to absorb those costs, and we will not be reimbursed part of those costs until a year later. So I fundamentally disagree with the assertion that it's not a large driver of what goes into our budget and forces us to make cuts in other places. When students move into the town and they need these out-of-district placements, we have to provide the services these students need legally. We have no other choice. It's the right thing to do, and I'm glad we do it, but we also have no other choice but to do it. which means the money needs to come from somewhere. And the school budget, this helps, will help once we can slowly fund it. This can help even out the cost. I'm not asking for a huge pile of money. I'm not asking for $5 million to put in it. We can slowly build it up. That was what I originally saw, was a slow buildup of a reserve fund to smooth out those wild fluctuations in certain years when we have a large number of students or just one student who costs $1 million, so that we can even it out without disrupting the services that we have for the rest of the students during the school year, in order to make room in the budget that year for what we need to pay for. It's pretty simple. We're not even voting to fund it. This is just to open the account so we can get started on evening things out and getting our house in order. It's not putting the cart before the horse. It's figuring out what kind of cart you're going to need, so you know what to purchase. This is part of getting things in order. This is part of straightening things out.
Okay, I'll get to you. Over here. Everybody, try to keep it brief, because you're going to be here all night.
Lou Franco, 250 Arbor Street. I believe I got my answer from the question that was asked 3 or 4 speakers ago. Let me just see if I get this straight, summarize this whole thing. You're asking to create a bucket, a structure, something that exists, not to fund it at all right now, and the discretion as to whether or not to fund that bucket will still always be in town meeting. Is that correct?
Well, you can answer the question.
Yes.
Yes.
That's good.
Town attorney flagged that a regulation related to the 2016 law allows for 2 mechanisms. One, the one that we talked about, where the town meeting would approve, or another where the school board approves. So we could still make that part of the rule. My anticipation when we brought this to the town manager was that we would have it so that it would be funded through town meeting. And so we can do it either way, but my understanding was we would fund it through an approval at town meeting.
Okay.
So
you answered this question, but I see Mr. Costa wants to comment, so go ahead.
I do, just a point of clarification through you, Mr. Moderator. So it's not quite that you have 2 options. You simply can't move money into the account through a simple vote of the school committee. It always requires a vote of town meeting. It's just a question of whether one of the previous speakers had said, are we always going to see this as a separate warrant article, separate and distinct from the annual budget, the school budget? And the answer to that is, well, maybe, maybe not. It can be part of the annual school budget, or it can be a self-contained article, but it doesn't have to be a self-contained article. But either way, the only way that money gets moved into this account, and again, that's not what's before you tonight, but once the bucket is created, so to speak, in the future, moving money into that bucket can either be by way of a school committee vote on its annual budget and then presented to you as part of the school budget, or a separate warrant article that is presented by school committee vote and presented to town meeting as its own warrant article.
Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. You're all set. Over here.
Sandria Harp, 20 Pratt Street. So I just have like a clarifying question. So you said that you would like to see the school committee get their act together as far as financial. So what would be the indicator for that for you? Because a statement like that means that we could probably kick that year after year after year. What are some very tangible, concrete things you would like to see for you to be comfortable with them creating this bucket?
I mean, I can send you an email with a very long list of questions that I have had about, the school financial operations. But, an indicator that, when we look at recent history, the financial operations are just not in par, right? We ask for an override, don't use 2/3 of the money. I just want to see a tighter budget, an intentional budget, and when we close the books, meaning we look at our actuals, what was budgeted is fairly aligned with how we spent. And I know things change, and that's why the school committee has discretion. But just something basic as that.
Great, thank you. Over here.
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just wanted to move the question.
Excellent, because I was going to do that too. All right, we're going to move the question. Mel, we have to take a vote on whether or not to move the question. I'm sure you're ready for that. Everybody get their clicker in hand. It's not debatable. I'm sure somebody seconded it.
Second.
Thank you. I knew somebody would. Hate to call for it, but majority vote on whether or not to move the question. Not whether you're in favor or opposed now, simply do you want to end debate? Shall you end debate? Clickers now, voting. Yes, you want to end debate. No, you don't want to end debate. You want to talk about it until the clocks change. Usually have one guy that sits over here and he moves the question a lot earlier. I don't know where Steve is tonight. I'm going to start calling him and making sure he's at every meeting. And we might change the date if he's going to be out of town. Okay, voting is now closed. Are we going to move the question? Stop debating. 86 people said yes, let's stop. 5 people are still want to talk about it, but we're done. Okay, so now the question's been moved. We are ready to vote. This is Article 8, and we are open. Wait a minute, give Mel a minute. Moving the question is actually a majority vote. It was 2/3 anyways, but that's all right. Okay, we are voting is now open on Article 8. Simple majority rule. Accepting the provisions to establish a bucket.
Steve, the salary reserve bucket.
Okay, I think there's still 90 people left in the room, and voting is now closed. And Mel, what are the results? 65 said establish the bucket. That's a simple majority or a definite majority, and that article passes. Moving on to Article 9, Mr. Layton. We're doing great, folks. We're going to get you out of here someday. Article 9, sir.
I move the town increase the gross receipts that seniors may have in the prior calendar year to be eligible to defer property taxes under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41A, as printed in the November 18th, 2025 Special Town Meeting Warrant Booklet. Select Board recommended approval 5-0.
Yep.
So you want to tell us something about this, somebody? Anybody?
Sure.
Good.
Mr. Moderator, through you. So under Clause 41A, seniors may be able to delay a portion of their property taxes. This is not a discharge of the tax obligation. Rather, it defers the payment of taxes until the senior either sells the property or passes away. This deferral allows seniors who are not able to perhaps afford their taxes and other costs to defray the taxation to afford their living expenses. The town already has a 40A property deferral tax program, and so what we are asking town meeting to do tonight is authorize the income limit from $20,000 to the limit that is allowed by the circuit breaker. Circuit breaker increases year over year at times, and so rather than matching to the $72,000 that it is this year, we're just indexing it to the circuit breaker, and any increases would be carried. We already have a vote to lower the interest rate that has been approved by this body previously to lower the interest rate from 8% to 4%, which is the second thing that the statute allows. So this is an option for town meeting to increase the income to allow more people perhaps to participate. And if there are any questions, I know we have the chair of the Board of Assessors here as well as the principal assessor.
Oh. Ms. Lizio.
Ron Delisio, 181 Reservoir Road. Yeah, I just am curious, you know, we've been passing a lot of, well, actually the first question I had about this is, while it is a deferment, in the meantime, all the other taxpayers will be having to cover the taxes that are not being paid by these individuals. Am I correct?
it's complicated, but in essence, you are correct.
Okay. And I just wanted to comment that we did the senior tax relief. We've done all kinds of exemptions and increases to exemptions. And as a taxpayer, I'm just curious, what's the cumulative impact on my tax bill based on all these things we keep increasing benefits to small groups of people? And I don't think that anyone can give me that number. So it makes me want to vote no, because I don't feel like I can make an informed decision without knowing a number.
Thank you. Over here?
Beth Baker, Leominster Shirley Road. I just wanted to clarify on this deferral. It is deferred and they accrue interest. So say if they don't pay they don't pay their $1,800 this year, when they do pay it, it's going to be more than $1,800. So the town is sort of whole, but not.
That's correct. So it's fully deferred year after year, and so it's not that they're choosing. They're deferring their taxes until they either pass or the property is sold. During that time, there is the 4% interest that is accruing, and when that property is either sold or the person passes, the town then collects all outstanding taxes, including the interest.
Great.
That's why it's complicated, because it's short-time subsidy.
Great. No one else at the microphone? I think we're ready to vote on this. This is Article 9. It's a simple majority. Voting is now...
We need to make a...
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I have a question, and I'm scared to ask it.
Okay, go ahead.
What is the definition of a senior? What age does that start at? Like, what? I'm scared, because I'm getting up there.
65 or older.
65, okay.
All right.
All right, there any other discussion or questions?
I know it is.
All right, I would make a motion to recommend approval of Article 9.
I second.
All right, roll call vote. Anna?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Jay? No. Tom? Aye. And an aye for myself. So we are 4-1.
4-1. Thank you. Okay, now we're ready to vote. Okay, voting is now open on Article 9. Get your clickers working. Simple majority. Voting is open. Okay, we still have 95 people in the room. I love it. Okay, voting is now closed. Article 9, simple majority. It's in green. It passes 81 to 12 with 2 abstentions. Article 10, maybe this is easier. Main Street easement. Mr. McLeod.
I move the town authorize the select board to acquire by gift an approximately 442 square foot easement through and within certain property known as the numbered 21 Main Street, as shown on a plan of land on file with the town clerk, for the deck, ramp, and walkway adjacent to Town Hall, all as more specifically described in the November 18th, 2025 special town meeting warrant booklet.
Is there a second? Second. Select Board recommendation.
Recommended 5-0.
Thank you. Finance?
No direct financial impact.
Excellent. Anyone want to address this article?
Just
Pretty safe.
pretty
Go ahead.
straightforward. It is, the line across the bottom is the border of the property. On the lower side of the slide, that's the town hall. On the upper side of the slide, that's 21 Main Street. And that section in blue that is shaded is the ramp to town hall that is not on our property.
Years ago, that was a bank. Years ago, that was the post office or something. And not too long ago, it was a law office of Attorney Gilman sitting way back there in the backish row. All right, anybody with questions about the easement? Okay, declare we're ready to vote. Article 10 is simple majority. Voting is now open. Click away. I mean, it's a gift, right? Shouldn't be a large debate about that, Glenn. Okay. Voting is now closed. All those in favor of Article 10, what are the results there? Mel? Passes by an overwhelming majority, 86 to 2. Some people vote no, no matter what. Okay. And we are on to Article 11.
Okay, I move the town transfer the care, custody, and control of a portion of the land with the building thereon, known as Kids Kingdom, located at 1079 Massachusetts Avenue, and as shown on a plan of land on file with the town clerk, from the school committee presently held for school purposes to the select board for general municipal purposes.
There a second? Selectman, what's your recommendation?
Select board recommends approval 5-0.
And finance?
No financial impact.
Thank you. Who's going to address this article?
Sure, through you, Mr. Moderator. At the 2016 annual town meeting voted to transfer T.C. Passios Elementary School and the Brooks House from the school committee to the select board. This was the map that was on file for town meeting at that time. There was one carve-out. The sections shaded in yellow was retained by the school committee for care, custody, and control of Kids Kingdom. In 2025, town meeting authorized at the May town meeting funding to design additional parking to support the Adult Activity Center. To be clear, the town has not engaged a designer yet. However, it has been suggested that it is possible that the new parking configuration may need to expand into the area where Kids Kingdom currently sits. This transfer does not represent a decision to definitively relocate Kids Kingdom, and that decision will only be made after substantial opportunity for public input. This is simply an administrative step that enables the town to maneuver a little more nimbly by transferring that care, custody, and control from the school committee to the select board as we move forward to work through that design.
Mr. Scalabrini.
Anthony Scalabrini, 92 Beale Street. I'm making this statement on behalf of the school committee, recognizing that a town meeting is a town meeting for our meeting for all the boards in town. The school committee was not consulted on this warrant article.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Jackie Hazley, 506 Mass Ave. I just wanted to get a little clarification on what aspect of Kid Kingdom may be impacted. I go to that park multiple times a week. My kids basically grew up there. I've developed a relationship there, so I just want to make sure that whether the school committee has it or the town, that they have everybody's best interest at heart, whether it be the seniors or the kids, and have any alternative options been explored that won't impact Kid Kingdom at all.
So I believe your question is more about what happens next, what happens to Kids Kingdom, what happens if the designers recommend that Kids Kingdom is ultimately the location for the new parking structure, or parking lot rather. That is all to be determined. The vote tonight is simply to transfer the care, custody, and control of that property from the school committee to the select board.
Yeah, that's why I said whoever had that control had the best interest in heart. I just kind of want to bring it to everyone's attention that there may be other possibilities, whether it be turning Memorial Drive into a one-way street and utilizing the side parking that's already there, or even the road between the park and the library that is generally blocked off as additional parking, instead of taking away from Kid Kingdom, relocating it, or most of all, please don't tear down the trees. So that's basically what I just want to bring to everybody's attention as this matter does move forward.
There will be open public meetings to discuss those other options, and I'm glad you're here. I haven't seen you before, but we're always looking for new faces. So, but pay attention to what's on the what's on the agendas of different committees, and make sure you go and voice your thoughts. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Laura Brzezowski, 21 Francis Ave. I am speaking for me and not the school committee because we didn't get to meet on this. Like Tony said, there was no communication. I am extremely nervous about the precedent set by the select board putting up a warrant article to take property from the school system, from the school district, without notification. I do know that this was broached like a year, maybe 6 months ago, I'm not sure when, and the school committee discussed it at that time. I believe the plan was to put it to vote for town meeting last May, and we had asked to table the discussion until we had made a decision about the future of Turkey Hill and whether we would be looking at Passios as a location for a potential new school. I'm not saying we're doing that, but we had asked to table the discussion until a decision had been made. That playground is a memorial to a child who was a student at Lunenburg schools. That playground, to be perfectly honest, has been on my list to eventually give back to the town once we figure out the future of Turkey Hill, but I disagree with the way this is being done, and I am extremely nervous about a warrant article moving property from the care and control of the school district to the town so that they can get rid of a playground to put up a parking lot. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Lockwood.
Just a couple notes. The senior center, we see there's an estimated about 3,300 seniors over the age of 65 in Lunenburg. We usually attend to about 1,300, so almost 50% of all of our seniors do visit that little building. We have 2 handicap spots. On any event that it happens there, I'll invite anyone to come and see. I have seen seniors walking from the teen center parking lot holding an oxygen can to go to an event there. This vote is to simply get that conversation started so we can start planning the parking lot. I also will say that I personally reached out to Nancy and Ron about the possibility of moving the playground. And when the playground was created in '06, there was a time capsule, put it underneath the rock, and the goal was to open it 20 years. So the timing kind of actually works about it. So what I personally spoke with Ron and Nancy is that the idea is to, relocate. Hopefully, if there's any repairs that needs to be done at that time, we'll do it, because you wouldn't be able to move equipment and just install equipment that's not, qualified. And at that time, we could have a celebration for Lauren's life, celebrating the 20 year of the playground. So that's all. Thank you.
Over here, please. Oh, that's okay. I called on you.
Yeah, I can wait.
Barbara Gonzalez, 14 Elizabeth Street. I just had a couple questions. First question just being, most parks in town, or most playgrounds in town, are retained by school committee or by the town select board?
The majority of parks in town are under the care, custody, and control of the Parks Commission.
Okay, so it would be going to a different body than is typical. Is that correct?
It would likely be that after everything is settled, and either we are moving Kids Kingdom or not moving Kids Kingdom, that transfer would be made from the select board to the Parks Commission.
Okay. And then the second question would be, if I may?
Yeah, please.
Okay. The second question would be, why transfer it to the select board for any other purpose than to, do I have that right, select board?
Select board.
Okay. Why transfer it to the select board for any other purpose than to take it and make it into a parking lot?
So the reason to transfer it to the select board is to be nimble in making these decisions. I just want to make something clear tonight. I know that this is a very sensitive topic, And there is nothing urgent about doing this tonight. If this is not if folks want to have more discussion around this, there's nothing pressing that this vote needs to pass tonight.
So if I understand your answer, it's so that you have the property, retain it, and then you can make whatever decisions need to be made at the time that you make them.
Correct.
Rather than having to then come back and approve a transfer.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Another new face. Thanks for coming. Over here, Mr. Clark. You have an
Mike
old
Clark,
face. Thanks for
275 Cross Road, Lunenburg. I was a school committee member from 2004 to 2007 when it was the old wooden Kids Kingdom and looking to be replaced or repaired or upgraded. And the director of the senior center knew at the time, and she came to the school committee and specifically asked that if the Kids Kingdom is to be rebuilt, can it be moved over? Of course, the school committee ignored her request, and we rebuilt on the same spot. Of course, the TCP was still in operation, so that was a kickball field. But this could have been solved 20 years ago if we had went with the request of the director of the senior center then. So I think it's just something that has been pushed down the road, and the playground needs to be moved at least over to the left to free up that area for parking. We can't move the senior center as easily. And if you move the parking and you create a big parking area and more area for the senior center there, the teen center is looking for more space, but adjacent to them is the upper senior center parking lot. If we were to provide the seniors with ample parking on the other side, that frees up, and the upper parking lot actually in that dotted line is on the teen center lot. So they have technical, at least from GIS data, control of the upper lot. But that gives them space to expand there. They could get a building or like one of these decent high-end Reed's Ferry sheds or whatever, and for some cheap money have a maker space or something.
We're getting a little far afield.
Well, we're not, because it should have been something that was addressed 20 years ago.
We needed a consultant. That's what it was.
We do,
needed
and
consultants.
architects,
All right.
and retention ponds.
Yeah, more
feeding
consultants.
retention ponds.
In my next
So
life,
it's a
I'm gonna be nothing
million-dollar
but a
project.
consultant. Thank you, Mr.
No, but my recommendation is to vote for the article so we can go forward with creating a lot more space for everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Clark. Over here.
Marie Martin at 54 Long.
A little, you got to pull that microphone down. There you go, Ms. Martin. Thank you.
Marie Martin at 54 Longwood Drive. I am part of the senior center. My husband is too. We use it on a regular basis. I just think we have just jumped over the school committee. And I go there all the time. I do see kids playing over there all the time. I would really hate as a senior to be taking a playground away from young children. There's mothers over there playing during the day with their children that are not in school. I am upset about this. I don't think taking it from the school committee was the right thing to do. So I'm against this.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Ms. Moore.
I have a couple thoughts. I'll keep them relatively short. I've brought them up in select board meetings when we've discussed this, because it has been discussed in our meetings. One of the things, obviously, knowing that this is really, really emotional for a town, as well as the fact that none of us here on this board, or I think on any committees in town, want to get rid of a playground. So that's not what we're proposing here. This is care and custody. And I would say one of the questions I had asked in a previous meeting was, who is now maintaining that property? And it's already my understanding, and I can defer to the town manager, maybe you want to just...
It's a bit of a blend. It's who's actually maintaining it, whether it's our facilities or school facilities. If there was something that happened to the playground, if there was something that needed to be replaced, that would fall right now under the school committee. I do want to address, because you're talking about what would happen if something were to occur. We did have a playground, a certified playground safety inspector come out. When we were originally talking about this, we were concerned that perhaps the playground was at an age that moving the playground would be difficult. And it has been determined, well, it will not be at zero cost. We would, to move the playground, if that is the choice the town makes, could happen with limited costs. When I say limited, I mean it's still going to be costly, but it's not going to be a new playground.
Thank you. Mrs. Bertram.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. I have familiar with the senior center. My dad went there. I took my dad there a lot. Very familiar with the senior center. They do amazing things there. But as a grandparent of 5 grandchildren, the playground is important for the mothers and the kids who use it. And I think until there is a plan, this vote is premature. Until we know what the cost is associated with moving a playground, until we know what the cost is of a parking lot, until we know where a playground is going to be moved to, this is way premature, and I would I would make a motion to pass over.
Oh, it's a second on the motion to pass over. Okay, so there's a motion to pass over, so we can discuss that motion first, and then we can go back to discussing, nope, motion and seconded to pass over the article. So I'm going to address that motion, because I think the town manager kind of alluded it maybe to something to consider. So discuss for the moment the motion and seconded to pass over this article and to come back and do it another day. You want to discuss, anybody want to discuss the motion to pass over? Go ahead. If you want to do that, step right up.
Tom Alonso, 284 Lancaster Avenue. First of all, obviously the tenor in the room is very clear and heard by the town manager. I'm hoping the select board that is where many of the people here are going. And if true, my question was going to be to the board, if they did not consult with the school committee, that is very alarming to me. So this gives them an opportunity not to have a no vote and bring it back, but just to consult with the school committee, answer some of the questions, at least preliminarily, that people have asked, and bring it back in the spring.
Motion to pass over. Okay. And, okay. On the motion to pass over, thank you.
I'm in full agreement. We don't have to do anything on this tonight. I do, again, want to urge residents to consider why we are considering this. The parking challenges at the senior center are truly bad. I was there last week, and there were no parking spots in either of the lots. The street was completely filled up. I parked at the library, and I walked all the way up to the Lunenburg Adult Activity Center. And the expectation that senior citizens are going to do that if they have mobility issues just to go to the senior center and get services or enjoy their community is just outrageous. That being said, I do just want to say for the record that I have reached out to the school committee about this. It was the prior school committee. They did add it to their agenda. They discussed it. I don't believe any action was taken. So they have been engaged in the past on this, and we've been discussing this for quite some time now. So they certainly have the opportunity to tune in here.
Thank you. Only on the motion to pass over. Anybody on the motion to pass over only? Go ahead.
Tony Scullenberny, 5 Valley Road. I absolutely think that a passover vote is in order, because what we've been hearing is that this was only to be talking about control, but then the chair of the select board starts talking about parking. And I think that that makes me want to say no to the motion, because if I say yes, then it implies that I support what the select board chair is talking about with regards to parking at the senior center. So we've got 2 messages coming here, which I think is key and essential to why a pass-over vote is appropriate.
Thank you. So on the motion to pass over only, Mr. Clark. Yes. Only on the motion to pass over.
Yes, my recommendation is not to vote on the motion to pass over, because nobody's saying eliminate Kids Kingdom, and the town manager even alludes, it'll be very cost-effective to just move it. So it can be planned very quickly, and they built that in a weekend. You can move it in a weekend. So I would recommend not to pass over, and again, you know, it opens up more thought onto how to get more access to the senior center.
On the motion to pass over, I think we're ready to vote on that. So on the motion to pass over, all those in favor of passing over the article so we're not addressing it, voting is now open. You vote yes. If you want to discuss it and vote on the article itself, you'll vote no. Oh, I love you people. We still have 87 people at least that want to vote. Okay, what are the results, Mel? Motion to pass over. There's a majority vote. It passes by a majority anyways, a 2/3 majority anyways. So that article is now passed over, probably to be revisited some other day. Okay, so the next article is about notices of town meeting so that you know to come. Mrs. Moore.
I move the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 81, entitled Town Meetings, subsection 1, entitled Warrants, as printed in the November 18th, 2025 Special Town Meeting Warrant Booklet.
Is there a second? Selectman, what's your recommendation?
Select Board recommended approval 5-0.
And Finance?
Finance recommended disapproval 3-2.
Disapproval 3-2. Thank you very much. Okay, somebody want to address this article?
Sure. So, Mr. Moderator, what's on the screen right now is the actual amendment that is printed in the booklet. And so what this article does is it changes the mailing of this book to every household in Lunenburg to a mailing of a notification of the date of town meeting and that this book is available. So why do we want to do that? First of all, this was a recommendation of the Budget Task Force. The mailing has a substantial cost, both in the printing of the booklet and the mailing of the booklet. The amendment would allow notice of a town meeting in the form of a letter or postcard to be mailed to each household at a much lower cost. The printing of the booklet also, so there's two issues here with this booklet. One is it pushes our timelines, and two is that it has costs. So getting it out to the printer, having it professionally printed and back in time forces us to act a little hasty sometimes, or forces folks to just be really up against the wire against town meetings. So displayed on the screen, I just spilled my coffee, I'm so sorry. Displayed on the screen is the cost just of calendar year 2025 to print and mail these booklets for both the annual and this meeting tonight. So this costs $15,614.69. This cost would not go away entirely. However, you can see the bulk of the cost there is in the printing. So we would be printing a lot less books because we would not be mailing them to every household. This is just a mock-up of what a postcard may look like, apprising folks of the date and time of town meeting, and on the back, a QR code with the warrant articles and where the warrants can be found. Of course, if anybody would need a warrant mailed to their house, we would accommodate in that way. I can tell you, personally, I have been in a community that made this transition, and once we made the transition, there was not a single person who requested the mailing of the warrant.
Questions on this article? Come right up. Go ahead.
Lou Franco, 250 Arbor Street. So since I left the select board, I'm now a member of the Council on Aging, spirit of full disclosure here. And while I am not speaking officially on behalf of the Council on Aging, I did raise this article to the Council on Aging at this morning's meeting, and I can say that the general sentiment that I'm about to express was generally agreed, although it was not an official vote. So the concerns, first of all, I want to say that I definitely appreciate, I mean, especially having served on the select board, I know the short runway that happens before the warrant comes together, and that it's got to be printed, and there's a log jam trying to get it all done. That's a very, very pragmatic procedural concern. I also appreciate the cost and also the environmental considerations too. I don't like wasting paper essentially, but and a lot of these wind up in the trash at the post office or wherever. So, however, I do think that, and let me also say, I've been pretty vigilant about watching all the meetings. There have been some gaps in my watching recently, so perhaps you discussed these aspects. But I think all these pragmatic and very reasonable considerations in favor of this article need to be balanced against the rights of everybody to participate in democracy and to be informed about what is going to be before town meeting. And I think that this disparately will impact many seniors who will find it rather inconvenient. It'll create another obstacle for them to be informed about what's going on, not having these warrants delivered directly to their homes. So I do have a question. Was any kind of a hybrid plan considered whereby, say, you could opt in and have the warrant mailed to you, but everybody else would just get it, the postcard?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Mazzullo.
I would just say, Mr. Moderator, that is exactly how I intend for this to work. Residents can opt in to still receiving the warrant. Really, the goal here is to not have to send it out to over 4,000 households. So yes, I think it would be easy for us to maintain a list, for example, of people who still want to receive the full booklet in the mail. And even if that number is 500, it's still going to be a lot easier and a lot cheaper to send that out than it would be to every single registered voter in town.
Okay, given that, and that sounds like something that can't be totally worked out tonight, would there be any major objection to sort of punting this to a meeting in the future and passing over this question this evening?
You've been around. You have to make it as a motion. Somebody
Well,
has to
okay,
second it,
I'm making
and
the
we
motion
can
to
talk
pass
about-
over.
Pardon?
Second.
Okay, you made the motion, it's been seconded. Okay. So the motion that has been made and seconded is to pass over this article at this time. Anybody want to discuss passing over? This is what happens at 10:30 at night. I love it. Go right ahead. Yep, on the article, on passing over.
That's right.
Go ahead.
I can't get it. Deb Christian, 100 Boucher. I would like it to be passed over, and maybe they could think about ways to make it even less costly to print. Maybe we don't need that big print, the space, but pass over and maybe look at making it more cost-effective in the other also. I don't have a computer, so I would have difficulty doing that.
Thank you. On passing over, Ms. Lockwood.
So I am not against moving to a more simplified and streamlined. I don't think that this solution is necessarily the solution that we have advertised to everyone, that we know. It's just there's been not enough communication to the community. So I think, by passing over and not having a no vote will allow us to do some of this work, and then comes, annual town meeting, we'll be able to vote and have a plan that we can, like Caesar said, that he has intentions to put guardrails and rules, so we can make that very public and people feel more comfortable voting for it, including me. Like, right now, I would not vote for it because I don't have details of that plan.
All right. Let's
Thank
have a
you.
vote. Let's have a vote on passing over. The motion is to pass over the article.
Mr. Moderator?
Voting is, somebody said my name.
We get over here.
Oh, go ahead.
So,
On passing over.
I know.
Not about the article. I don't want to hear about whether you want a postcard or a booklet, or whether it's expensive or not. Right now, we're talking
Okay, I'm
about
going to
should
say
we
it
pass
fast
it
because I
over.
know you're going to cut me off. So I'm going to try to squeeze it in before you say
Go ahead.
cut me off.
This was presented by the Budget Task Force as part of our summary, so this goes back quite a ways, this idea, this concept.
Okay.
And, yeah, I mean, we've discussed it
All right.
at this board.
Ms. Moore, do you need to say something about passing over? No. Okay, good. We're ready to vote on passing over the article. Voting is now open. Click away. Hang in, folks. We're getting there. Okay, we still have 82 people voting. Excellent, thank you very much. Motion, majority, to vote to pass over the article. Give us the results, Mel. 55 said pass it over. That's over a majority of 82. Passes, it's passed over. Moving on to the MBTA. Ms. Emke, your turn again.
I move the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 250, being the town's protective bylaw, so as to bring it into compliance with the MBTA Communities Act, being Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3A, by adding a new Section 4.19 thereto, entitled Multifamily Overlay District, as printed in the November 18th, 2025 Special Town Meeting warrant booklet, but with the following amendments. 1, replacing all references to site plan review with references to site plan approval. 2, deleting subsection D to B relative to certain as-of-right accessory uses. And 3, adding to the end of subsection G6 relative to waivers the phrase with a finding that the requested waivers serve a public good.
Is there a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 4-1.
Thank you. And Finance Committee?
So Finance Committee did vote that there was no direct financial impact, but I do want to note that there is the potential for not receiving grants in the future and other sorts of things. So if you vote this down, there could be some kind of punitive damages really from the state, which would have financial implications.
Thank you. Did the Planning Board take a vote on this article?
Yes, we did, and we recommended passing 4-0.
4-0, thank you. You going to address this article?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
All right. Friends from Lunenburg, thank you for sticking it out till tonight. This is surprisingly an important article for like 10:35 at night. I'm going to hit this at a high level because we've been talking about this at the Planning Board for 3 years, and we had multiple public info sessions in the spring. I can get into the weeds if you need me to, but I want to hit this at a high level to help us get through in a timely yet informed manner. MBTA communities, passed about 3 years ago by the state legislature, saying effectively, well, it said very little, and then it was further augmented by regulation. We don't have to like the top down from the state. It happens regardless. What are our obligations? What are Lunenburg's? I'm going to tell you our obligations. I'm going to tell you why we really do need to meet those obligations, and that gets into what you heard from FinCom. And then we're going to talk about the best way to move forward and what the bylaw actually says. Our obligations, according to the state, because we are a rural town as of the 2020 census, we're going to lose that right in 2030. Because we are adjacent to towns with an MBTA station, we need to zone for 240 additional units of mid-density housing. What is mid-density housing? Think duplexes up through, really our most dense housing in Lunenburg counts as mid-density. What's mid-density for the east isn't for us. But we don't have to build it. We have to zone for it. That's key. Now, can we just say no? I'll tell you, the planning board, that was initially our response when we heard about this, was, why don't we just say no? What are they going to do to us? And the answer from the state was, well, here's a couple grants that you won't be able to get. And we said, okay, we don't really get those very often anyway. Then they started adding increasing numbers of grants to that list. Then the Attorney General came forward and said, oh, by the way, and eventually we'll just sue you to force compliance anyway. As we've already addressed tonight, lawyers are expensive. So ultimately, do we need to comply? We do. Milton tried fighting this. They were the first big case against it. And if you read the headlines at the time, it said, ooh, Milton wins against the state. No, they didn't. They won on a procedural technicality that the state then remedied, and Milton had to comply anyway. And again, if we don't comply, carrot and stick, except that's a really big stick compared to that carrot. We don't get grants, and eventually, if we say we're still not going to do it because who cares about your money, the state will make us do it anyway. So, in the end, we need to zone for 240 units of mid-density housing. But what I'm going to show you in a moment is how we can comply, and it's not some trick of paperwork. People say, ooh, paper compliance. No, we're taking advantage of the statute and the regulations it created. Like, they're not loopholes, they're actual things we can do. But how did we get here? I kind of said it started 3 years ago, but back in June, we got into this more in earnest last spring. We identified some locations. Back in June, we had public info sessions to share what we had for work from our consultants and gather info from the public and have a dialogue. On June 23rd, the planning board took the information from those public info sessions and voted on our best path to compliance. This past summer, Community Scale, the contractor we've been working with, I know we don't like to say the word consultants, but the reality is they can get more done, get you more bang for your buck sometimes, especially when the state's paying for them, which they did in this case. They developed this bylaw. Earlier this fall, the planning board reviewed it, made some changes, and had our public hearing to get this on the warrant. We also realized there were going to need to be a few changes. You heard that in the amendment. We'll talk about what's different from the warrant, but it's very similar. Tonight is the night we hopefully vote this into our bylaws and we are brought into compliance with MBTA communities, whether we like it or not. And we're going to see, it doesn't have to change anything of note or anything. Where did we look in town? The very high level. With our consultants, we looked at 4 separate locations. 131 White Street, that's owned by Housing Authority. 37 Youngs Road, we all know it as the Tri-Town development. 1 to 9 Rogers Way, that I think their name is Whalum Luxury Apartments and some of the surrounding land, as well as 40 Leominster Shirley Road, which is a currently undeveloped industrial parcel in the corner of town. Based on the public feedback, the planning board agreed that the best location was Tri-Town, and we'll talk about why. Tri-Town is a 40R smart growth district. Most importantly, it is the first 40R district in the state. Lunenburg has a history of looking forward on housing, and I've said this to you before with things like the ADUs, and I'm going to say it again now, that forward-looking saves our butts. Because what we can do is we can just bump up the zoning on Tri-Town. It is currently zoned and built out to 22 units per acre. We bump up that zoning to 26 units per acre, that hits 240. Now, is that going to change? Are they going to bulldoze Tri-Town to build 38 more units. No. Housing's about economics. Tri-Town is an established, well-run area. It's not going to lead to any change. I mean, if we're going to talk 40 years from now, maybe those buildings are at the end of their useful life, maybe. Then could that lead to 30 more units in town 40 years from now? Sure. But it's not, I mean, that's not even a problem for future us. In 40 years from now, many of us aren't going to have to worry about much of anything. And frankly, the world will be different. Regardless, all we're really looking at doing with those pages and pages in your warrant booklet is bumping up Tri-Town from 22 units an acre to 26 units an acre. Thank past town meetings, thank past volunteers in town government that we've got an easy path. People say paper compliance. This isn't even paper compliance. This isn't, ooh, we're getting creative. This is a legitimate carve-out the state created to say, hey, good job being forward-thinking about housing. We did it, now we get to take advantage of it. So what I'm asking you to do tonight, and what the planning board has put forward through all this language, because it has to be a separate zone, etc., bump up Tri-Town by 4 units an acre. That's it. Now, as you heard in the motion, there are some amendments. I have all the language that changes from those amendments, and I can show it to you. I will, if requested. It's 3 slides. It's not a big deal. But instead, I'm going to summarize it, and if you need to see the exact wording, you'll let me know, and I'll show it. But there's 3 aspects of the change. One is we just change references from site plan review to site plan approval, because site plan approval is the process we actually use in town. And the consultant, some towns use site plan review. That's what the consultants put in. We fix it. We also say, again, this is in the weeds, accessory uses from the underlying zoning, because this is an overlay district, don't automatically transfer. All this is doing is preventing weird things like suddenly allowing chicken coops on the balconies. I mean, this just prevents some awkward combinations with underlying zoning, and it's far easier to say don't. And finally, we give a little bit of guidance to future planning boards. The unthinkable happens. God forbid that there's a natural disaster and Tri-Town is rendered unlivable and has to be rebuilt. And then maybe they do build up or something like that. In that sort of instance, we give guidance to future planning boards and say, hey, when that developer comes to you for wanting a waiver, we're giving you language to point to and say, no, we're only going to give you that waiver if it's actually better for the town. And I'll tell you, that happens all the time. Developers come in and say, well, it says here you can waive it. But it's real helpful for us to be able to say, oh no, we only are going to do the waiver if it's actually better for the town, not better for your pockets. I can get as in the weeds with this as you would like, but I don't know that it's necessary tonight. We've had multiple public conversations about this along the way, but I'm happy to discuss it with you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address them through our moderator.
Nobody's at the microphone. Oh, come, run. Go ahead.
Kim Duffy, 1479 Mass Ave. I just had a question about the summary on page 19 of the warrant article, where it says on the 5th line down, it says, and has a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. So I'm kind of curious of the discrepancy of the number, and if it is a discrepancy, maybe I'm understanding it incorrectly, but I thought the slide said 26 units per acre.
So I'm going to go back to this. You mean this discrepancy, or?
No, in the warrant article, it says that MBTA communities has this requirement, that requirement, and then a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre.
Yeah, so let me explain. Mid-density housing, which is what the state wants, has a broad range, as you can see here. And that 15 units per acre is probably somewhere in the middle, okay? And I've gone through it a little lightly, but yes, by MBTA communities rules, we have to zone for at least 15 units an acre. But if we did 15 units per acre to get to the required 240 units, we would need to do more acreage. One option we looked at was actually maybe not changing Tri-Town, just scanning us through, maybe not changing Tri-Town, leaving it at 22, and then doing the remaining amount we needed at 1 to 9 Rogers Way or at 40 Leominster Shirley Road. We decided not to because, frankly, because yes, there's a housing crisis in the state. There is a housing crisis in Lunenburg. If you can't afford a single-family home, you're kind of out of luck in this town. And people who have kids and like their kids to move back into town someday, right now they can't. But there's, in my opinion, in the opinion of those who are at the public meetings, there are better ways to address it. MBTA communities is very strict in how you can address that housing need for mid-density housing. And we have, and will probably benefit from having some more flexibility in that, which is why we chose to just go higher at Tri-Town.
Thank you for the explanation. That makes sense. So it's to get to the 240 units that were required. Then my just second question is, if we were to expand the multifamily overlay district, would that come to town meeting?
It would be a change in zoning, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Hi, Lorraine Rudd, 340 Highland Street. First of all, thank you to the planning board for taking this horrible law and trying to make it workable here. You did a good job. Appreciate that. I just want to read a statement. Kind of sad about this whole thing. No one likes the MBTA Communities Act as it became law. Mike Keneally developed a plan while serving in Charlie Baker's administration. This summer, I confronted him about how bad this law is, how the state is taking rights away from towns. He was defensive and said, towns can say no, don't worry about it. Not now, not under Healy. I still don't know who the housing is for. It's not affordable. It's not for seniors. I need a smaller house. I can't find one here. A flipper is usually right behind me and adding on another floor or another wing. So I'm looking west of here. These are high-density apartments for families, but they're not for me and they're not for my kid. She can't afford it either. We're told we have a housing shortage, but it's really a housing bubble from the COVID inflation that drove home values up, and the dollar is in the garbage. At the same time, we have immigration unchecked by the Healy administration pushing taxes up, so we face Proposition 2.5 overrides every year, except maybe next year when the Municipal Empowerment Act passes, where towns can triple a car excise tax and double meals tax, but it doesn't stop the crazy spending that's going on in Beacon Hill. Shirley and Westford have train stations. They're forced to build hundreds of apartments. Lunenburg finds itself fortunate to be an adjacent community, and we believe choosing an overlay is harmless. Seems very logical. But the MBTA could look at Lunenburg and say, you can have a train station put in between Shirley and North Leominster. So if we vote yes tonight, we've signed on. And then we'll have that high-density housing we're trying to avoid. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it'll go into that spot down there at the end of Lancaster. It'll all work out, I guess. But it's concerning that there are no feasibility studies from any of the 176 towns bending the knee to this law. We all have a planning committee, a zoning board, finance committee, town administrators, stormwater task force, people who figure out how we get water. We have school committee to figure out how we're going to budget and have place for all the kids that are coming, the special needs included. Why are we forced to surrender our town's future to an unelected, state-controlled MRPC? Avoiding a lawsuit from A.G. Campbell or keeping our grants is coercion, which makes the MBTA Communities Act unconstitutional. I hope after the 2026 elections, this law is repealed. Please vote for candidates who support that end. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. I think we are, yes. Great.
I would just like, I was a dissenting vote. I was the 1 out of 5. And I did also want to thank the chair from the planning board. I think a very straightforward and honest presentation, and I do believe that the plan they presented is the best, the viable option, and it does bide us time. If you did ask me, should the state take control over local zoning, my answer would be no. If you ask me, should our state leadership withhold 3 specific taxpayer-funded competitive grants we're not guaranteed, from any community that does not vote a certain way on an article, my answer would also be no. If you ask me, should our state leadership increase the number of grant opportunities withheld from the original list of 3 as communities begin to vote against adopting the required zoning, my answer again would be no. If you ask me, should our state leadership change the threshold it takes for a town meeting to pass a zoning article from a customary 2/3 majority to a simple majority because it is unpopular, my answer would once again be no. If you ask me, do you think our state leadership is presenting this in a free and fair manner, my answer would also be no. So I will acknowledge, again, as stated several times, that it would open us up to losing the opportunity to apply for grants or to qualify for those grants. But I do not think that this is a way that our state government should be treating us. This is, obviously they have the authority, but local zoning is up to the local communities. It's what makes communities communities. It is what makes Lunenburg, Lunenburg. And one other aspect that I was disappointed with was I would have been much more comforted, and I could be wrong, but originally the plan was to have this bylaw submitted to the state prior to this vote to ensure that it was in fact meet their criteria to vote. And I would have felt better if that was the case, but it's this bylaw I do not believe has been submitted and approved prior submittal. Thank you.
May I respond, Mr. Moderator? This bylaw has not been submitted to the state, but one of the reasons this is so wordy is this is literally the state recommended bylaw with blanks filled in for our situation with a few modifications. The other good news is that if the state, let's say we pass this and the state says, you know what, this isn't actually right. The planning board made so, we don't like that you get rid of the underlying zoning, or we don't like the way you want the buildings facing, whatever. We're not going to, there's no reason to believe we will be penalized. Towns that are playing ball, the state is being very good about saying, we get you're trying to play ball, we get you're trying to work with us, you have time to fix it. So, is there a world, is there a potential universe where I might be in front of you in the spring saying, hey, we need a couple sentence tweaks to that bylaw we just passed? I can envision a world where that happens. If I were going to put money on it, I'd put heavy money on we're going to be fine. And if there is going to be an issue, it's going to be a correction, we're not going to be penalized. And we've seen that play out in other towns. This isn't just back-of-the-pocket guessing game. This is the way other towns have been responded to.
All set, gentlemen? Good. We're ready to vote. Clickers are now in your hand. 13, the majority. Begin voting. Hang in, we're doing great, folks. 14 was passed over, was consent calendar.
I
We have
really
3
want to
articles
talk to
left.
everyone about bituminous concrete, too.
A couple articles left on salary administration plan. Okay, I think we're ready to vote, declare the vote. Mel, Voting is now closed. What are the results? Ta-da. I closed it. 67 in favor, over a majority. Okay, so in the consent calendar was number 14. So we now have 3 articles before you, all about the salary administration plan. And Mr. McLeod, we're going to let you start us off. Yep.
I move the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, Schedule A, entitled Salary Administration Plan, relative to position titles and grades as printed in the November 18th, 2025 Special Town Meeting warrant booklet.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Selectman, your recommendation.
Recommended approval 5-0.
And Finance Committee deferred. Okay. You're going to present on this?
Just briefly, Mr. Moderator, this particular article does 3 things. The position of conservation agent has been contained within the clerical union. Working with the clerical union, we have now made that an SAP position. So it means that that position is out of the union, so it is placing that position on the grade of 13. It's changing the title Land Use Director to Director of Planning and Economic Development. And if you recall, we talked about earlier, I think under Article 3, the special assistant, the temporary special assistant to the assessor. It creates that position on the SAP, and you'll notice that it has an asterisk after it because we're not giving that position a grade. It's a temporary position. They're not going to be eligible for benefits, so it says that all of the terms and conditions of employment for that particular said position be subject to an employment contract.
Kathy says you're ready to vote. Maybe you are. Article 50, oops, go ahead, right ahead. Go right ahead, please.
My name is Mary Wilson. I live at 138 Whiting Street. I'm currently sitting Conservation Commissioner. I am a previous chair of the Conservation Commission. And I just wanted to speak to endorse moving the conservation agent to grade 13 and into an SAP position. Since Matt Morrow retired some 3 to 4 years ago from the office, we've had a very difficult time hiring and retaining the type of talent that we need in the conservation office as a conservation administrator. This has been it's been a problem. It has been impacting our town constituents as well as the businesses that work in the building trades, right? So we really need this change to happen so that we can retain the talent we need to have an operational and successful office. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this article, Article 15? Yep. Mr. Menard, we need the FinCom to take a vote on this.
All right, I'm not sure why we deferred this, but was there any discussion? All right, I would make a motion to recommend approval of this article. Roll call vote. Anna? Tanya?
Aye.
Jay? Tom? Aye for myself, 5-0.
What?
Was the financial impact, so just as a clarification.
Okay.
Okay, 5-0 was your vote? Okay, thank you. Okay, Article 15 is now before you. It's a majority vote. Click away. Voting is open. Okay, voting is now closed. What are the results, Mel? Majority vote. It's green. It passes. Article 16, please. Mr. Nuzzulo. There is a handout on 16, I believe.
I move the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, as shown on the handout entitled November 18th, 2025 Special Town Meeting, Article 16, SAP Amendments relative to the so-called fringe benefits or indirect pay provisions, such as holidays and vacations with pay, sick leave, and the like, but as a typographical correction to subsection B, replacing the word then with 10.
Is there a second? Okay. Select Board, your recommendation?
Select Board recommended approval, 5-0.
And Finance, I believe you deferred. Want to talk about this article, Madam Town Manager?
I will, and there is a lot here, so I'm going to try to go through this very quickly and just focus on where folks might have questions afterwards. So the rationale for this article is that the Select Board and Town Manager have a joint FY26 goal on the employee experience, and part of that goal is to review the SAP and draft amendments to modernize the bylaw, aid in recruitment and retention of employees, and to bring those before you this evening with these initial modifications. So this handout details, if you want to track along, this handout details the actual red lines that you have, but the changes are as follows in summary fashion. Section 70.5, newer change positions. We're changing a term brackets to ranges, and we are also striking a sentence about any increases in wages or salaries under this section shall be effective only if funds are available for that purpose and approved by the FinCom and Select Board. Well, we can only pay things if funds are available, and town meeting authorizes any COLAs. So, and other payments. Job descriptions and interpretations. We are requiring that job descriptions be reviewed upon the exit of an employee and before filling a vacancy, and it also requires the town manager to make COLA recommendations to the Select Board. This is just some best practices things. Under Section 70-11, where we're making sure that the way that when an employee is promoted or reclassified, that there is no question of how we plot them on the new grid, and this is just clarification language. We correct a typo under new personnel, but here's one of the big changes that I want to just stick on for a moment. So currently, and you're going to hear about the Personnel Board in a minute under Article 17, but currently in the absence of a Personnel Board, the town manager administers the SAP. The one area that in the absence of a Personnel Board, the town manager does not have discretion is hiring above a step 4. So this would say in the absence of a Personnel Committee, the Select Board could authorize the hiring above a step 4. Right now, there's no mechanism to do so. At the last special town meeting, you adopted through the SAP as a employee retention and effort special merit awards, but by including it in the SAP, it limited who can be eligible, and none of our union staff can be eligible. So it eliminates this from the SAP so that special merit awards can be broad. Recruitment incentives, so there were also recruitment incentives that were put in the last fall town meeting. We're going to be making some changes later on in this article to vacation that make these incentives less incentivizing. So we're adding recruitment incentives could be one-time sign-on bonuses or similar limited allowances. Grievance procedure, we've clarified and streamlined the grievance procedure. Under hours of work, we've clarified language around non-exempt and exempt employees and make it clear to all those who would read the SAP that comp time only applies to non-exempt employees. Here's a major change, and this is going to be a huge tool for the town of Lunenburg, hopefully, to recruit and retain talent. So currently, if you work for the town of Lunenburg, upon hire, you receive 0 vacation time. 0. That vacation time accrues, and then at July 1, you get the benefit of whatever has accrued. So employees can be hired and spend a substantial amount of time not being allowed any vacation time. So we have changed to a full accrual system that starts, if adopted tonight, which is starts immediately upon hire. So this would allow employees the flexibility to use vacation time. Folks When they are hired, they might have things planned, would also allow them to take their vacation time in the red with some fail-safes there, that they would have to repay us if they were to separate before their vacation time actually accrued. And their vacation would run on a continuum. So there's not vacation per fiscal year. You have your accrual, you are allowed to continue accruing until you have, say you have 2 weeks of vacation. You accrue your 2 weeks, you keep accruing until you get plus 5 days of your accrual, and then you're capped. You stop accruing time until you start burning it down. Let's see, what else? It also, this eliminates the need for carryover or buyback. If you are around Town Hall right now in June of any year, you will see that a lot of vacant offices, because people are trying to burn their vacation time down. People want to take vacation time, not because of an arbitrary date on the calendar. It also allows the town to offer up to 4 weeks of vacation time based on an employee's qualifications, experience, or market conditions in the time, and we provide a transition from the current system to the new system. So if adopted tonight, all employees who are already in the system, this won't go into effect until July 1. And to effectuate that accrual, anybody that is earning on July 1 over 120 hours, we're going to buy that off. That is $9,397.67. That's the financial impact right there, folks. And then we have a mechanism in here to move so that nobody will lose time, and we'll spread out the impact of that vacation time that otherwise would have dropped on July 1st. Paid holidays, we provide additional flexibility for when an employee must work a holiday. When an employee must work a holiday and then they get to use an extra, it said originally that they had only 30 days to use that time, but they have the entirety of the fiscal year. We're also changing the sick leave to an accrual system so that new hires can start accruing sick time straight away, and provides new hires some immediate sick leave upon hire. Again, at the fall special town meeting, a sick leave bank was established. That sick leave bank only was for SAP employees, so that would be going away. Would be providing personal leave immediately upon hire, and changing bereavement leave for siblings and step-siblings from 3 to 5 days. And then some definition updates for exempt and non-exempt employees. Make it clear that intermittent employees are not eligible for benefits, and add exempt employee and spouse to the list of defined terms. And then the last bit was there was a relocation expense under options for employment agreement that is being stricken. That's a lot. I know there might be questions.
Well, let's see. Go right ahead.
I get to go first again. I'm Deb Kristen at 100 Boucher Road. I have some questions. What about in the town hall? Some are on union and some are on salaried men. Will they be the same now? Is that the...
What we're talking about right now is for SAP employees only. So this only impacts SAP employees. I can tell you that this vacation change, you just voted for the first year of the police collective bargaining agreement. The vacation system change and the sick time change was incorporated in that ultimate negotiation, and that's how the police are moving forward. We're in active negotiations with the fire union, and then clerical union and DPW are right behind. So to be determined on the impact of others.
Well, my concern was because, I was on the personnel committee for like over 20 years, and I'm concerned that it says it was, it's gone. I think you could really try to get more people on it, like different people, like a banker.
This isn't about that's Article 17.
But what it is when we made changes to this, or the union had changes, the salaried men people they work in the same office, they do the same job. I think it's only fair they get the same benefits and everything else.
So town meeting does not have authority to negotiate collective bargaining agreements between unions and and management. The select board ultimately authorizes those collective bargaining agreements. Like I said, we're in active negotiations with the fire union, and these changes were incorporated largely in the police collective bargaining agreement.
But I remember when the unions went in, and everyone in the town hall voted for the union, but some people were told they couldn't be in the union. So that's where I see a real big problem.
Well, that's right. Not all employees, by the nature of their position, are allowed to be in the union, and that is, I mean, you had an article earlier tonight where there was a union position that was removed from the union. The only way to make there be parity across all of the organization is that the changes that town meeting has authority to make the changes to the salary administrative plan. Those changes would also have to be incorporated through collective bargaining. We cannot, through the salary administrative plan, affect the negotiated conditions of employment through a collective bargaining agreement.
All right, I just wanted to make that.
Thank you. Over here.
Tom Alonso, 284 Lancaster Avenue. So in 1 year's time, I can't imagine the text that we've added and taken away from this plan. Whole cloth has now been added last time with sick pay and merit pay and been taken out, and I was alarmed then, I'm alarmed now. This is not the way to adopt this. I will be voting for this because the sick pay accrual and vacation accrual are long overdue. But I hope we really pare down the throwing of articles and changing things whole cloth throughout this whole document, because I don't think it's fair to the people it represents, and it doesn't provide any stability to say, oh, now you have a sick leave bank, now you don't have a sick leave bank. First you have merit pay, then you don't have merit pay, and it in and out in 1 year. These should be modified slightly, and I hope that we go forward with that way and make slight modifications instead of huge ones. Again, I'm only going to vote for this because the accrual of vacation and sick time, as the town manager said, not having any vacation time the first year you work here is preposterous, and nobody would take a job that would do that in any other way, and it really is overdue. But we really have to pare down how we do these.
Thank you. Ms. Lockwood?
So one thing about the vacation, and I was hoping, this is based on 40-hour week. We have many SAP employees that are 36 weeks.
In the definition section of the full SAP, there is a formula that talks about how that proration happens. So it's based on how many hours the employee works.
So an employee that works 36 hours a week full-time, how much vacation do they get?
36.
36, okay. So all these changes will only go into effect, well, before I ask that question, so the sick bank is going away, period, or are you adding?
The select board have already adopted a sick leave bank policy that would be applied more broadly across the organization.
Perfect, okay. And these changes will only go into effect on July 1st, 2026?
No, to clarify, if adopted tonight, all of the changes would go into effect for new hires immediately upon hire. For current employees, the transition to the accrual system would take effect July 1st, 2026.
All right.
So it's bifurcated.
Okay, and is there any financial impact? And I think this was the reason that we
Yes.
deferred.
Yes.
What is the financial impact?
So the financial impact is that when we're transitioning from the current system to the new system, we need to deal with, on July 1st, these folks are going to start accruing vacation to go forward, but they're getting a drop of time for the time that they've already accrued. So we need to handle that time. The way we're handling it, and it's the same way we handled it with the police collective bargaining, is to take the time that they would have accrued and to split it into 3 buckets so that you're not taking 6 weeks. If you're a person that has 3 weeks of vacation, so you're not taking 6 weeks of vacation in 1 year, you're spreading out those extra 3 weeks over 3-year period. However, anybody that has over 120 hours, we're buying that off, and we'll have to pay for it through May town meeting. We're buying that off, and the total impact, there's 13 staff members who are going to be changing over, but of the 13 staff members, we would have to buy off $9,397.67.
All set? Mr. Menard, if you could have a recommendation from your committee.
Any further discussion or questions? All right, I would make a motion that we recommend approval of this article. All right, roll call vote. Anna? Tanya? Jay? Tom? And I for myself.
5-0. Thank you very much. Okay. I think we're ready to vote on Article 16. Praise the Lord. Article 16 is now before you. Click away. Voting is open. Majority vote. And we got one more article after that, folks. You're doing great. Hang in. All right, I think voting's now closed. What is the results on Article 16? No. It's green, it passes by a majority. Article 17. Who's presenting that one? Ms. Moore, go right ahead. It's about the Personnel Committee.
I move the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, as shown on the handout entitled November 18th, 2025, Special Town Meeting, Article 17, Personnel Committee. Just want to make a note that that is attached with the Article 16 handout, so if you just keep going through that, it's one and the same.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Select Board, your recommendation?
Select Board recommended approval 4-1.
4-1. And Finance, what was your recommendation?
Finance Committee had 1 for approval, 3 for disapproval, and 1 abstained, so we recommended disapproval.
Okay. And anybody going to present on this article? Ms. Warren, you presenting on this?
I'm going to speak
You are.
to it,
Well, go right
Mr.
ahead
Moderator.
then, Mr.
All right,
Nasuda.
last article. So
You
Article
start.
17, this article proposes updates to the Salary Administration Plan bylaw to formally dissolve the Personnel Committee and place the responsibilities with our existing professional HR staff, namely the HR Director and the Town Manager. Over the past few decades, the way municipalities manage personnel has changed drastically. Our day-to-day HR work, hiring, maintaining job descriptions, job classifications, and compliance with state and federal employment laws has moved over from the years of being primarily the responsibility of volunteers in town to being handled by trained full-time staff with support from our Labor Council. The Salary Administration Plan was established in 1965. In 2009, Lunenburg transitioned from a chief administrative and financial officer to a town manager. In 2019, Lunenburg created and filled the position of assistant town manager / HR director. The structure of the Personnel Committee in Lunenburg is established by the Salary Administration Plan, not the town charter or the town bylaws. It is a 5-member board. They are residents of Lunenburg, appointed by the Select Board. They have 3-year terms, and town employees may be called as subject matter experts or non-voting members as well. The Lunenburg Personnel Committee disbanded on May 29th, 2024. They haven't met there yet. And what currently happens in the absence of a Personnel Committee. In the event that the Personnel Committee does not have enough members to conduct business, the town manager shall have the authority to administer the Salary Administration Plan, and that's how this has been working for a year and a half now. So Personnel Committees are from a bygone era, when the town was a lot smaller, when there wasn't as much compliance requirements with labor laws, and when the job market was more local and wasn't as complicated as it is today. This change is about adapting and modernizing to meet the needs of the job market, which moves quicker than duplicative bureaucracy can handle, to better manage the complexity that is public sector labor laws compared to what they were decades ago, and to align with the town's transition towards trained professionals executing day-to-day operations. There are several reasons why this change would be beneficial. The first is professionalized HR outpaces volunteer board models. Like I mentioned, the job market moves very fast today. and requiring things to go through a committee that requires 48 hours advance notice to post meetings, it slows down that process and results in the town losing qualified candidates. The second is unified accountability. When HR authority is split between a volunteer board and professional management, ultimately accountability becomes unclear. This change streamlines hiring and other HR actions and keeps accountability clearly with the HR director and the town manager for staffing-related matters. And finally, better legal and compliance posture and risk control. Trained HR professionals are more likely to be current on the constantly evolving public sector labor laws. The Commonwealth's Division of Local Services, or DLS, which provides guidance, training, and oversights to municipalities for financial management, have continually recommended in reports to municipalities that they shift away from volunteers managing personnel-related matters, stating, quote, "The town ultimately is best served having a professional manager who can develop and oversee a full-time structured personnel management program. And this approach recognizes the growing importance of and risks inherent in personnel issues." So how does this article aim to achieve that? The article removes references to the Personnel Committee in the Salary Administration Plan and shifts those administrative duties either to the Human Resources Director or the Town Manager, as outlined in the handout prepared by the Town Manager, with certain hiring decisions, for example, hiring above a step 4, still requiring a public vote of the Select Board. It's important to note, though, that oversight is not going away. Town meeting will continue to control all appropriations and all modifications to the town's bylaws, including the SAP. The Select Board will continue to supervise the town manager and exercise oversight through policy. And the Finance Committee will continue to review financial impacts and make recommendations to town meeting. And of course, state and federal employment laws will still apply. Across Massachusetts, many communities that now have full-time professional HR staff have taken the same action being considered tonight. In short, this article is really about modernizing the way the town performs day-to-day HR decisions to align with 21st century realities, aligning our bylaws with how Lunenburg has already been operating for a year and a half, and making sure our personnel decisions are handled by the people who are legally and professionally trained and ultimately should be held accountable for all personnel decisions. And it does that while preserving all of the checks and balances that town meeting, the Select Board, and the Finance Committee provides. So I'm asking you all to consider this article with all of that context in mind. I do believe that we are prepared to make this change, but I can also recognize that perhaps some folks may want some more public discussion on this as well.
Okay. Tanya.
Okay, thank you. When I first moved to this town, back to this town, after 30 years, the first position I applied for is the Personnel Committee. Because there wasn't anybody on it, we didn't have it. So I'm here with my beautiful finance friends, and I love it. But I think, the definition of the Personnel Committee by the town, it is the mission of the Personnel Committee to promote, maintain consistent, equitable standards in the administration of the town's personal bylaw, called the Salary Administration Plan, which we just spoke about, in conjunction with the town manager, who's doing a very good job, and to represent the interest of both the taxpayers and the town employees. And that's, I think, where we're missing things here. I definitely think we should table this, move this, roll this over, try to form this committee. Once we vote to take it away, it's not coming back. And in its entirety, what they're promoting right now is already being done because we don't have this committee in place. So right now, all of the things that they're trying to get are already consistently being done because it backs off to the town manager and human resources. And I work with human resources in my position, and often I feel as a staff person, they're serving in the best interest of the business, the town, the school, whoever. And I feel like there needs to be a voice for the people, the interest of the taxpayers, the residents, employees. So I'm going to vote no on this because I don't think this is the time to delete it, remove it, when it's already being done. Everything that we're arguing for is already being done by town manager in town because we don't have it. I really, really want to implore citizens to come out and be on this committee. And honestly, when you say it's volunteers and we don't know what we're doing, but you guys pick. You pick who's on the committee. Town board picks the people. So if you're picking people that are not qualified to talk about and make these decisions, then shame on you. You're the ones that are picking. So if someone comes forward and they have the qualifications to be on this committee, then you should definitely move forward and have the committee. And that's all. That's all I need to say.
Thank you. Mr. Alonso?
Tom Alonso, 284 Lancaster Avenue. I couldn't agree more with the previous speaker. I think that taking away a volunteer body that has an important role, that role being the independent protection and oversight of a group of employees who have no other avenue, I think that by incorporating human resource director and town manager, as that's who they bargain with individually at some level. Being from corporate America, HR ain't on the employee side. Now, again, that's going to differ with the people in the position, so this is not a commentary on the people in those positions, but it really exists. And so it's unfortunate that we haven't had that in place, but what I'd like to know is, A, how many people still are on the SAP? What's the number of employees that it covers?
Benefited or total?
Yeah, total.
70-ish.
70. Okay. And did they give any feedback on this?
So there have been, where they sit. Hold on. There has been multiple attempts to elicit feedback. I have received some feedback on the last article that was considered. I have not received any feedback since circulating any of this material from anybody.
Okay. I mean, I personally am going to vote against this because, again, as the previous speaker said, if I was an SAP employee and there's no one for me to collectively go to, then I feel that they're going to make the decisions in steps, in salary, and benefits, what's going to benefit the town, and not necessarily weigh against the balance of what is best for the employees compared to other employees in the town who are part of other bargaining units. And I think we should try to get people on the board and do whatever we need to do to entice people, reduce the membership or whatever, but I think we should have a separate personnel committee.
Thank you. Mr. Brenner?
Matthew Brenner, 619 Northfield Road. I'm afraid every day. And what I mean by that is, so I do chair the planning board, and I have become deeply aware as a volunteer who has a lot of legal responsibility in this town of how easy it is to screw up planning law and open the town up to lawsuits and other fiscal damages. And I bring that up because one of the things I also understand is no matter how complex planning law is for a volunteer to wrap their mind around, even after years on a committee, HR is worse. HR moves faster. HR is even more in the weeds, in nitty-gritty with technicalities. This is an area we need to be relying on professionals. The world is changing. Lunenburg is growing. Lunenburg is 12,000 people. The average town size in Massachusetts is 11,000. The median town size is 9 and change. We're big. We don't think of ourselves that way. We're actually a big town. And as much as I hate the times we have to do it, there are moments we need to look at the way we're acting and the way we maintain government and make conscious, thoughtful steps in that direction. We need to maintain who we are in our soul. But we need to recognize there's times that untrained volunteers who have limited ability to act. Getting a committee together is very hard. The HR is not a place we should be dabbling with volunteers. We absolutely should maintain oversight. We should watch like hawks. We should talk to the select board, and we should hold them to task if the town manager and other town employees are not benefiting the town. However, we should not have a board of volunteers that meets on occasion be handling HR at this level. I think it's very dangerous for us as a municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Brenner. Over here.
Tony Scalabrini, 5 Valley Road. I will vote no for this. I think that the real issue here, no one's ever explained why we saw a committee resign en masse back in 2024. And I think that that's really a key issue. I came here 5.5 years ago, and when I showed up, my builder said, "Oh, you don't want to get involved in town business." And I says, "No, I want to volunteer." And I think that, and here recently, I have encountered some of those issues that made me question my decision, name calling and allegations and those types of things. I think that this town is going to be driven by volunteers unless we want to pay a lot of money for taxes because there's no free lunch here. Is that you either have volunteers do the work or you have staff do work. And in this case, we would be asking staff to do work. Now, if anybody thinks that getting rid of the personnel committee and going with a professional HR person isn't going to mean that we're going to have another staff person on the payroll, that's just not what's going to happen. If we vote for this, we're going to have a staff member on the payroll. And I think that, the real issue here is we need to create a climate that will allow for volunteers to raise their hand and make a contribution. Tanya, you're a perfect case in point. There are a lot of good people in this town, and if we create the right environment, we will have the volunteers step forward.
Thank you. Ms. Moore and then Ms. Lockwood. Oh, and Ms. Hemke after Ms. Lockwood. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. To address a couple of the previous comments from some previous speakers about, I think it was told that shame on us if we wouldn't pick appropriate volunteers. I would ask, what volunteers? We've had one, yes, but I appreciate that, but we can't sit aboard with one volunteer. Maybe we'd be having a different conversation if we had a pool of 20 volunteers. Regardless of whether we do or we don't, I still would be in support of this change. I was an employee who was a union member for the town who was switching to be a member of the SAP. I attended personnel committees. I was personally attacked as an employee on both recorded and non-recorded meetings. It's one of the main reasons that I left the community was because of the way I was treated as an employee by that committee. I think that it opens up the town for a lot of risk and potential legal ramifications that are not being thought out here. While I appreciate volunteers, and as I am a volunteer here, we don't get paid to sit here, we're all volunteers. There are times and places where that's not appropriate. And managing personnel should not be a volunteer committee. While I totally agree, and I think that this floor and this body, town meeting, has control of the SAP, has control of the bylaw, that wouldn't change here. What changes here is if there's a grievance, if you have an issue with a manager, if you need to reclassify your position, things that you shouldn't need to go to a group of volunteers who don't meet regularly. And I think someone else said earlier, you don't have to wait 48 hours for things to be posted when, say, we want to hire someone. There are situations in which people might not be thinking about where volunteers really aren't appropriate to be handling these items.
Thank you. Ms. Lockwood?
So, I voted against on the FinCom recommendation because of a couple things. The main thing is we do lose that oversight. We're now concentrating a lot more responsibilities and oversight of the select board to the select board than the town manager. Another thing is we hear a lot about modernizing, and this is a way to do it by eliminating the board of volunteers. I also want to say, I think Amanda just said that she didn't have a good experience, but I know of other employees who had the personnel committee was the ones that heard them and put change forward because of what they said to the personnel committee, because the past town manager was not taking action on their behalf. So, you get a little bit of a mix of both. But I want to point it out too, the Groton went through this, the same issues that they had. And it took them, I think, a lot of time to fix the issue. But what they did was they rewrote they modernized the personnel committee, the SAP, where it modernized, it made some functions that, to hire, you don't have to wait 48 hours, that moved some of those responsibilities away from the personnel committee and allowed the personnel committee to still exist and still be sort of an oversight. So I think we could do a rewrite of the personnel committee and their role, but I don't think eliminating is the way to go about it. I think, once you eliminate it, it's gone. I think it has its function. I think we can modernize it with the framework of personnel committee. Now, volunteers run this town. Volunteers are the people, like the government of the people. That's us. So I want a government of the people. So I will vote no on this. I think we could do a rewrite to modernize and to make it so that these functions that need to exist and be quicker on the decision can exist with the executive. But other than that, I wanted to keep a board that if an employee has an issue, they have that as a resource to bring some concerns that they have.
Thank you, Ms. Emke, then Mr. Alonso, then Mrs. Bertram. But we're going to get out of here before midnight, I'm telling you right now. All right, we'll be ready. Got my flashlight. Ms. Emke first.
Okay, so a few things. One, Select Board discussed this article in detail 3 times at our meeting throughout 3 consecutive weeks in October. Town manager presented it to FinCom. Following that meeting, I want to address the volunteer question. I mean, not only do we have a lack of volunteers for this particular committee, but even when we get a volunteer, now for many of the reasons a previous speaker raised about the HR challenges, legal implications and everything in today's workplace, I would like a volunteer with HR experience to be on this. So now we're even limiting our pool more. Without the personnel committee being in place today, there's actually less oversight than if we implement the changes here. It all rests with the town manager, N of 1. There's some things, there's one part of the personnel committee bylaw right now that is, I don't know how it passes today. It would not pass in my workplace. Considering that these are volunteers, not necessarily professionally trained or HR certified, that the committee shall have access to all facts, figures, records, and other information relating to the personnel of town departments. That's a lot of private information. Privacy laws are very complex today in medical and in the workplace. So I don't know if people are comfortable with that. Personally, I'm not. So I am actually in favor of this article.
Okay, we're going to hear from Mr. Alonso, then Mrs. Bertram, then we're going to vote. Go.
I'm still Tom Alonso. So, I just want to, I don't like when people use fear as a reason to voting for things. And so when all the fears about all the laws and regulations and everything, we have them across everything. In my 18 years serving on the board, I don't know that there was ever an employment law suit brought against the town because of the SAP. So, I mean, there are ways around that. Plus, the current HR director was very instrumental in the personnel committee meetings. So we talked about other boards. We talked about the planning board having consultants. We talked about the facilities directors hiring consultants. We have our own employee to make sure we don't run aground of the laws. The focus of the personnel committee should be the fairness in at least the following items. That is salary, benefits, steps, everything against other organizations, other bargaining units. That's what I'm looking for. to a previous speaker who says maybe we should revamp that, don't eliminate it, you know, I think to the very previous speaker who talked about a power of access to records that wouldn't pass today, well, then remove that. We just changed 7 pages of the whole SAP, so remove that one thing. Change the way the Personnel Committee operates to make it focused on monetary and benefit fairness, and leave all the laws to the professionals. I'm for that. I'm just against eliminating them completely. And with that, Mr. Moderator, I would move that we pass over this article.
Okay, well, I already said I'm going to allow Mrs. Bertram to speak, so go ahead.
So I just want to comment on a couple of the statements by previous speakers. I am completely in favor of this. The Personnel Board, the Department of Local Services has routinely recommended to communities to eliminate personnel boards because they have become obsolete, because the laws have become more complicated, and because you have volunteers who don't have the necessary background and the necessary education to ensure that we're complying with those laws. So this body does not lose oversight of how the salary administration plan is run. This body still votes on the plan, still votes on vacations, still keeps all of that authority. It simply transfers the legal and potentially litigious issues from a volunteer board to where it should be, which is individuals who have the necessary training.
Okay.
I would like to second Mr. Alonso.
I was going to say that he made a proper motion.
Yeah,
You're right.
so I would like
and
to
nobody, and even though his wife was sitting right next to him, she didn't second it, so somebody had to. So
Yep.
Mr. Alonso made a motion, and it's now been seconded to pass over this article. So that's what's going to be before you right now is the motion to pass over this article. So give Melanie a moment to get that up on her screen. Motion to pass over was seconded. You'll be able to talk about on that issue. Just on the issue over, Ms. Moore.
My comment is, I hear that everyone keeps passing over. I just wanted to, I guess, vent my frustrations on that. I feel like we keep kicking things down the road. I get it if people want more public engagement, but on these things, we've had multiple posted public meetings where we could have had these discussions. So now we've sat here for hours for so many articles, this one included, where now we're going to pass over it. Well, where were people when we were having these discussions?
Just on the issue of passing over, Ms. Luckwood.
Yeah, so I do watch meetings as related. I did not see a public input, public hearing, inviting the public to participate or invoke. So anyway, I would have been happy to participate and given the feedback that I gave tonight.
Thank you. You've been here all night. Please, what do you got to say?
Scott Dahl, 860 Mass Ave. We really just need to move over on this, and there needs to be a little more understanding. Look, I'm a volunteer on the Sewer Commission. We're not just randomly, willy-nilly throwing out things that we think is best for the town. If we have a question, yeah, my background isn't sewer lines and waste management. I'm an accountant. We have Bill Bernard, head of the DPW, that can guide us in whatever we have. I'm sure the Personnel Committee, which people think they're not educated or they're not, they don't have specific training. Well, that's not what a volunteer position is about. Volunteer position is doing what's best interest of the people, interest of the town, but you have guidance. And what I think I would need to know is this Personnel Committee, since it was before our time, who led that up? If they needed guidance, was it the HR director? Was it the town manager? So I feel like we're being misled in a sense of we're just saying that it's 5 volunteers or however many people are on the committee are just making HR decisions without any guidance. So if you could please answer how the Personnel Committee worked.
We can't really do that, and I apologize, because I'm glad you're volunteering, and I'm glad you've been here all night. But right now, the only thing that's before us is should we stop debate, basically, and table this. So that's what's before, that's the motion right now. We're not, if people want to continue talking about it, then they'll just say no, don't pass over.
You're right, and I was up here to...
That's okay, I wanted to let you speak, and I'm glad you're here, and you've been here all night.
But I just needed to have that point out there.
Yep, and hang around, because you can bug them before they leave, or before the lights go out. You always get the last word, the moving party. Go ahead, take your last word.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to say I believe that this is a productive conversation that we're having on this article. I see absolutely no reason to move over this article. This is the forum for public dialogue, and we just had it. So let's just vote on it. Vote no to pass over, and just vote how you feel on the actual article.
Okay, on the motion to pass over the article, that's in big bold, I guess. So you're ready to vote. The voting is now open. Shall we pass over this article, perhaps to another day, or shall we vote on it before midnight? Okay, passing over is a majority vote. I think we have everybody that's in the room has voted one way or the other, so voting is now closed. What is the votes? 32 to pass over, 35 said no, so we will continue to now discuss and vote on Article 17. Point of order. Like I said early on, it was a long time ago, but when you say point of order, just stand up for a moment, let me focus. Go ahead. We do have a quorum.
No, we are 7 short.
Okay, we have 68 people here voting. 50 is quorum in Lunenburg, so we have more. Yes, unbelievable, huh? And I said that at the beginning of the meeting. You might have been busy, but at 50 I said it's quorum in Lunenburg. Either way, just for your edification, everybody, not just you, as long as nobody challenges quorum, you can continue to run the meeting when you've only got 20 people in the room. Bizarre, but that's true. Somebody challenges it, then you take a vote. But 68 is quorum. So, anyways, point of order.
Move the question.
Move the question. We're ready to vote, okay? So we're going to vote on the article. Article 17, it's a majority vote. Amend the Code of Lunenburg has been well
Can you clarify, so a vote
Okay,
no.
now wait a minute. You have to say point of order, and then I get to focus.
All right.
Go ahead. Point of order. I'm
I
focusing.
just want to clarify, a vote no, we keep the personnel committees. Just want to make sure we...
I think that's, well, yes, right.
Okay. So a vote no, we keep the personnel committee, and
And
we
a
have the
vote
time.
yes, the article passes and the personnel committee is gone. Basically, that's it. Okay. Do you need a point of order? I don't want to discuss the article.
An idea?
Go ahead.
Jackie Haley, 506 9th Ave. This, I'll be honest, is my first time here, and I have learned a lot tonight. I believe someone mentioned earlier the population of Lunenburg was around 11,000 or so.
Yep.
And I do wonder where the representation of all of that is. So could we keep this and use it as an opportunity to bring more cohesiveness between the town and the school and the committees?
Okay, it kind of depends on how the vote goes down, okay?
Yes, sir.
You know, if people vote in favor of the article, then we won't be discussing this ever again, I guess. And if people vote against the article, well, then everything stays as status, and we can come back and discuss it at a future date. So we're ready to vote. Clickers in hand. Voting is now open. Shall we move the code, basically eliminating the personnel committee? Everybody clear? Excellent. Keep voting. It's about the same number we had before, so I'm going to declare that voting is now closed. And what are the results? 30 in favor of the article, 37 against the article. The article is defeated. And that concludes all of the business of the warrant and the special town meeting. We do not need a motion to adjourn because we have finished the articles. And we are done. For the calendar, for the note, 11:50. You can still be out of here by midnight. Thank you for staying, all of you.